Good morning, council.
I would like to call this special council meeting to order for December 13th. Today we are talking about our municipal budget. We have all council members present except for Councillor Meady, and our Deputy Mayor is joining us by Zoom today. Welcome, Deputy Mayor. We acknowledge that this land is the traditional territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of the First Nations, comprised of the Ojibwe, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi peoples, and of the Huron-Wyandot peoples. We value the significant historical and contemporary contributions of local and regional First Nations and of all the original peoples of Turtle Island who have been living and working on the land from time immemorial. Any declarations of conflicts of interest from members of council? Welcome, Councillor Meady. Needing a mover and a seconder for the published agenda for December 13th. Moved by Councillor Guerin, supported by Councillor Verbeek. Any questions? Sorry, I'll start looking up. All in favor? And that is carried. We'll go to reports from administration. Our CAO has a quick little report, and then we'll go to Director Drusevich, just following the agenda.
Mayor Bondi. I want to welcome council, staff, and viewing public. This is an exciting day as we set up our 2024 budget deliberations. So our finance team, led by Director Drusevich, provided council a walkthrough of the doc on November 28th, provided council a detailed overview of what was contained in the operating and capital budgets, in which we also allowed 2 weeks for council to further absorb and come back to administration if they had any further questions. So for today, it's now council's opportunity, right, for you to debate with each other on priorities and then finalize a 2024 operating and capital budget. After this, we do have another meeting scheduled for Monday, December 18th if needed. But really, today's meeting is your meeting, right? We're here to answer any questions you may have on the document or any projects, but looking forward to some healthy debate. So at this time, I will turn it over to Director of Corporate Services, Kate Drusevich, and her team, kind of give an intro where and how the day will look for you.
Director Drusevich, just to get a mover and seconder that the verbal report be received. Councillor Allard, Councillor Meady, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. We have a very small, condensed presentation, as we did go through this in quite some detail on Monday, November 27th, as CEO Sweet said. So we're just going to do a high-level overview refresher for all council, and then we'll hand the floor over to council members. So next slide, please. And next slide. Okay, so what the day will look like today, like I said, we're going to do a quick recap, discuss any changes that have happened. We have had a handful of changes that have happened since the draft budget, so I will go through those in detail. We will then get into deliberations. We will cover operating first. The goal is to adopt in principle operating, and we do believe that we should be able to get the majority of capital adopted in principle as well. Maybe all of it, but we'll see how the day goes, obviously. So capital will be done a little bit more structurally. We'll do that on a divisional basis. So we'll go division by division. A little bit new this year is we'll ask you to table projects as we go, rather than debate. So I'll go through that a little more detail when we get to capital. And finance, I've got Anne-Marie and Maddie. We will be tracking all changes throughout the day. So once in a while, we may need a minute or two to just get the changes done in Excel and put it up on the screen. So just have some patience with us today is all we're asking. Next slide. So I didn't put any time slots here because we really don't know the length of each different topic, but we're going to go through why we're here, any changes, like I mentioned, since our 4-hour walkthrough. Then we would move into capital after we're able to have a resolution for operate. Lunch will be served at 12, and then we will go back into more capital deliberations. And yeah, we'll see where the day takes us. Next slide. So these are all of the resolutions. They're within your agenda. You're seeing a resolution for adoption of operating, and you're going to also see that we will pull up a table A, which shows any changes in operating that we make today. So you would adopt operating based on Monday, November 27th with the changes that council makes today. And then we would move on to capital, same format. We would adopt the budget document as presented on Monday, November 27th, inclusive of any changes council makes today. So as you're making those resolutions, we will have the tables up on the screen so that you can see the final numbers that council is adopting in principle. Table D covers the carry forward projects, and the last bullet also covers the carry forward projects. So what those two resolutions are doing is granting administration approval to complete the projects that have already been approved in budget years 2023 and prior. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to do a quick recap on operating. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights, the budget came in at over $70.6 million for revenues and expenses on both the operating and capital side. The main theme that we tried to address was stabilizing tax increases. So you will see that throughout this document. And it includes necessary staff complements. The area of focus this year was public works. The average tax increase across all 4 wards is 5.64%. And that includes the estimated county and education impacts. That is subject to change depending on where the county lands with their tax increase. We've used a 6%. And we've also estimated an increase on the education side. So we're giving you a full picture there. What that means in dollars is for the town's portion of taxes, it would equate to less than $10 a month for the average household in the town of Essex. If you include all streams of taxes, including education and county, it would be just under $15 a month for the average household. And the capital budget is $17.5 million for 2024. Next slide. So the proposed tax rate, what you're seeing is wards 1 and 4 having the urban levy, wards 2 and 3 having the rural levy. Again, the current proposed tax rate at 5.64%. So what you'll also see throughout the day is a table, and if changes are made by council through resolution that impact the tax rate, we will once in a while pop that table up to show you the impact on the tax rate it has so that you can see what your decisions are doing to the tax rate. Okay, next slide. So as you can see here, the 2024 budget is showing a decrease in estimated revenues. And as per our walkthrough, that was mainly due to an estimated decline in construction activity in the town of Essex. So in total, we still have expenditures of nearly $53 million. And you're seeing adjustments to taxation as well as additional supplementary growth revenue of just over 2%. Next slide. So on the expense side, what you're seeing is a surplus of $301,000. That surplus flows into the capital budget to fund capital projects. So if cuts are made to capital projects, that reduces this. It ultimately, that reduces the taxation. It ultimately reduces the tax rate. So again, when we get to capital, I'll reiterate it, but anything with a taxation funded model would have an impact on the tax rate. And again, the biggest change here being the transfer to reserve, which is those development charges, because we don't anticipate building activity to be nearly as high as it was in. Okay, next slide, please. So a couple of the councillors voiced concerns with me on the drastic drop in reserves estimated at the end of 2024. And so I put together a more realistic forecast for council, and I want to explain it a touch. The previous forecast that was presented showed December 31st, 2024, if we completed every single project that's outstanding at the town right now. The reality is that does not happen. We know that from past trends. There's always projects that lag. There's projects that sometimes can't even start until the fall, right? So there's always going to be projects trickling into the next year. That's the nature of all municipalities. So what we did was we assumed a 60% project completion, which is realistic in comparison to our prior years. And you're seeing the reserves in and around $68 million. So not as drastic of a drop. That 57 was really a harsh number given that it doesn't include all of the replenishments we see to reserves either, like interest income or things of that sort, right? So it's purely just to show you though that we are spending our reserves and we need to be cognizant of how we spend them. So this council's aware of that. They adopted the reserve management plan in early, I believe it was early spring of this year. So everyone in this room is aware of how important it is to manage our reserves responsibly. Next slide. The other graphic we did to show where we are in comparison to other municipalities with our reserves is when we looked at our total number of reserves for the FIR and divided it by a number of households in each municipality. So what you're seeing is that the town of Essex lands right in the middle of the spectrum for reserves per household, which is a good place to be, financially speaking, given that there's got to be that happy medium of not spending too much, but not holding too much either. So that was why we put this graphic together as well. Next slide. Okay, so now we will recap the changes that have come in since budget walkthrough. So this happens every year because we do our budget a little earlier than when grants are announced or things like that. We do usually some changes. Next slide. So some unfortunate news was the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund grant did decrease by over 15% this year for the town of Essex. So that was a loss of revenue of almost $240,000. All local lower tier municipalities experienced a decline this year, most of them in and around the 15% mark. So that was applied to the Irwin Avenue project, but that was a pre-approval project. And within that, we had the funding strategy that should we not receive OCF, we would fund the remaining monies through AMP, which does have a sufficient balance for that $240,000. So the accessibility grant, the town was successful in obtaining monies for the Stanton Park playground that was recently constructed. So that money will go back into AMP as that was where the project was originally funded. So, the good news about that decrease in OCIF is that it was offset by that $100,000. So the impact isn't necessarily 240, it's only 140 because we were able to get that grant to replenish a little bit of the difference. There was questions asked as to what the administration fee would look like from Union Water. So I did reach out to the general manager there, and this isn't formalized yet. It has to go through their budget procedure, which Mayor Bonnie would be a part of as well. But it looks like it would be around $25,000 annually the town would receive from Union Water for doing the billing services. And so that would be a direct transfer to reserve at this point, and in future years would offset operating expenditures. The last change, which is a good news change, was that you will see that in the capital budget, there is a generator at the Essex Arena. And previously we had only budgeted $50,000 in grant revenue, but the total grant came back at just over $68,000. So we were able to reduce the amount we needed to pull from reserves and because of this additional grant money of about $18,000. So I'm going to ask if there's any questions on the changes at this point.
Squire Blaze.
Thank you through the chair. The money we're receiving from Union Water, what reserve is that going into when you say it's just going into reserves?
Yeah. Through the chair. Sorry, I forgot to turn my mic off. So we have an allocation and it goes across all of the water or wastewater reserve for all of the different wards. And that allocation is done based on expenses. Okay, next slide, please. So just a reminder that for those that are new on council, we've done things a little bit differently the past 2 years. We've separated our walkthrough, and then we've given a couple of weeks' time for council to meet with administration, to comment on the document, to reach out to residents, and then we've held deliberations. We found that it's worked quite well because previously what would happen is deliberations would be the same night as the budget presentation. So everyone was quite exhausted by the time you went through the document in 3 to 4 hours and then headed into deliberations. It was just too long. So we'll try this out, but we're open to suggestions after this day, depending on how it goes. At this point, the floor is now council's to discuss operating. I believe CAO Sweet, do you want to speak before I turn it over?
The Mayor Bondi, it's more of a housekeeping item. Depending how deliberations go, it could be a short day, it could be a medium day, it could be a long day. So I just want to let council know, if you need to stand up, please stand up. If you need to step out to get a drink or something, please do so, depending on how the day goes. I did forget to mention that.
Thank you, Director Drusevich and CAO Sweet. So we have in front of us, we'll deal with the operating budget first. Looking for questions, comments, feedback from council, suggestions from council on the operating budget. Councilor McGuire Blaze.
So we're all on the same page. We're starting on page 16. That's where we're all in our, that's where this starts, right?
While we're waiting for council members to gather questions, I do have a question, and I think it comes to a level of service, and it's for our gravel roads. And I think we have a high level of service on gravel roads, and it's something that we didn't get a chance to talk about in our roads session, but just wondering if there's any wiggle room to say reduce the level of service in gravel roads and to save some operating expenses. I feel like we get a lot of comments about adding gravel year after year after year, and I'm just wondering Director Gerard's comments on that, please.
Sure, through the chair. Yeah, so we do have a fairly robust gravel roads program. That being said, we do have some roads that get a lot of maintenance because they're very well-used roads, and some roads that receive 1 to 2 treatments per year. Every road receives gravel annually, which is a higher level of service than many municipalities. However, we also do receive comments from the public on the shape of our gravel roads. With all that being said, I wouldn't recommend a decrease in level of service, mostly because the shape of going down in level of service is always a little bit difficult in terms of expectations. However, if council wishes to go that route, we can certainly look at where reductions could be made while still maintaining provincial legislation.
For that, I also got a lot of complaints about grading this year, so hopefully we can look at that. I have Councilor McGuire Blaze.
Thank you, through the chair. I just would like an explanation. I'm pretty sure I know it, but for refresher, salary, wages, benefits, and personal expenses has increased $794,000. Can you give us a reason why that's almost $1 million?
Here, so if everyone could refer to page 31 of the budget document, it does break down in detail the exact change, the 794,000. So I'll just run through this again quickly. What you're seeing is organization-wide. Those are grid part-time benefit changes and benefit adjustments being contractual union increases or contractual non-union increases. So those are really fixed. When it comes to property tax supported, 2 positions were approved in 2023's budget. That was the landscape operator. So this is the first time that it has a full year impact on this budget. The assistant manager of capital works is now a full year impact as well. That was approved mid-year in 2023 as well. And then there's the new proposed position of the public works operator of just over 90,000. You're seeing water in that as well. Of the 300,000, that was a business case presented to council early spring. And then there is another new position of the water operator of just over 99,000.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that I'm in approval of 2 new employees at the town. That's $200,000. It's been a really big chunk of change. Also, one of these public operators also gets a vehicle and a new snowplow. So if we cut a public works operator, that cuts a public works operator, a vehicle, and a snowplow, which is huge.
Gerard?
Through the chair, just to address some of the comments. So we did include a public works operator and a water operator. An important thing to note is the public works operator does impact taxes. However, the water operator is covered by water rates, so it's a user rate funded position, so it will not affect the tax rate. Another thing to note is, yes, although the removal of a public works operator will remove the need for those additional vehicles, it will result in a level of service decrease. We have grown a lot in the last 24 years, and that is the last time we added staff to the public works department was over 24 years ago. We've grown a lot as a municipality. We have the same number of snow plows, everything. So the need to remove snow on additional roads, street sweeping, everything like that is putting a burden on our department. We did actually request 3 public works operators. Based on a business case that we prepared, we identified that we were actually short, and 3 public works operators, which also in relation to other municipalities, our level of service is actually pretty low in terms of the overall department function. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend to remove that position. However, it is, if that's council's will, that's something that we can look at. I just want to be forthright in letting you know that a reduction or elimination of that position will decrease level of service.
Councilor Verbeek?
One question regarding the snow plows. Where are we in the recycling of our fleet as far as snow plows go?
Hammond, just to that, right now, we're focusing on operating.
Yep.
Okay, just so you know, Director Gerard?
I have no problem answering the question. So our snow plows do fall under our asset management program. So each of them do have a useful life. When that useful life is reached or the vehicle is experiencing major maintenance, we do look to surplus those vehicles and change them out. I would say that based on just the life cycles of those vehicles, they're all relatively newer. But I would expect that every year to 2 years, we have to replace one snow plow. This is kind of should be the general thought.
With purchasing this one, do we still have that timeline then?
Yeah, through the chair. So a snow plow is good for 10 to 15 years. So if we purchase that vehicle, it would be good for 10 to 15 years.
I was regarding like the rest of the fleet as far as replacement. Like, do we have a little extra time then to replace another snow plow in the near future?
Yeah, through the chair. So we include any replacement snow plows in the capital budget annually. So as they come up for life cycle through asset management, which is how the snow plows are paid for, or I should say replacement snow plows are paid for, they'll come up as future budget requests.
And then Councilor Verbeek?
I was just going to reiterate what Mayor Bondi said, that we should try to focus on operating first. That is the main goal. And then save our capital questions until the later half of the meeting.
Madam Chair, back to the position of the new staff member in Public Works, that would make it a 3rd staff member and the first new one since 1999. My question, I guess, is I know over the years, there's been different things that have happened where we've had to contract extra help for jobs being done by our Public Works. Specifically, the last three big storms. I'm not gonna put you on the spot asking you what those numbers are like, but like, isn't it Public Works that when we do have to go above and beyond and contract extra help, isn't that typically where we have to do it? Because of, insufficient staffing? Or I shouldn't say insufficient staffing.
Director Gerard will answer.
Like, I believe what you're trying to say is that during an emergency event, we rely on our public works department to help mitigate disasters and things like that. Yes, that's true. However, those are very unexpected circumstances. We don't, we try and plan for them as much as possible. However, we don't, to use an analogy, we don't build church for Easter Sunday. You build it to the regular use of the needs. So that's what we're doing here with the Public Works Department. However, Public Works function does include emergency services as well. So this position we would rely on in those circumstances as well.
Through the mayor. Yeah, so I think we're going through this operating budget. I think it's important we probably look at the tax rate overall, and if we're going to try to find any type of cuts on the operating, I think we should be looking at stuff that's not going to affect our level of service. So Kate, I'd messaged you yesterday regarding what made up that 5.86% of the overall tax increase. You mentioned that the capital was 1.72%, which is 301,000. So that leaves me guessing that on the operating side, there was about 740K that makes up the other 4.14%. So it's really that 740K. If we're looking to get it to a zero, which I don't think we're going to, I think it's really those numbers that we're looking at trying to get down. If you can comment on that.
Yeah, through the chair. So Councillor Guerin's referring to page 12. That is where we break down the entire tax rate increase right now. So you're seeing the impact of the new position, as Councillor McGuire-Blaise commented on. You're seeing amounts that are going to capital, and you're seeing some revenue that we brought into the budget through reserves that also flowed through to capital to equal that 301,000 that Councillor Guerin commented on. So anything outside of the capital and some of the revenue adjustments is what would be impacting your operating budget at the end of the day. And I'll leave it at that.
Your Mayor Bondi, just to Councilor Guerin's question, when we did the budget walkthrough, we did have that presentation which kind of showed an operating fixed cost. And there was basically, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's like 82% were fixed costs, be it utilities, insurance, wages, etc., which left around 18% that you really have control over. So those are things like, say, building maintenance, right? So just for conversation purposes, if there's $1,000 in building maintenance, we have control over it. We can make it 900 or 800, but by reducing that, you may affect when repairs happen, prevent. So that's what we're talking about impacts you may have. But I just want to remind council for operating, there is a limited amount that you do have control. All of us have control over, because the rest are fixed.
So yeah, so further to those points. Yeah, so it's that little bit, I think, is where we got to try to find, because once we start getting into capital, it's another story. So talking to my constituents, the increase of 5% plus is not sitting overly well with them. They understand the need to raise taxes. They understand that, but I think the 5% plus is going to be a bit of a challenge without affecting the level of service, which is always the hard part. So I'm not sure on the operating end if there's some low fruit that you guys can see hanging that we can maybe pick a little bit off and take a little bit and get some of the operating percentage increase down a little bit. And then that may make things a little bit easier when we get to the capital side. So a lot of the stuff is, without going into fine details, is summarized as miscellaneous or thrown in there. So only you guys would kind of be able to tell us where those are. And again, we have to keep in mind what impact $100 and some $1,000 has on a 1% rate. So I've got a few in here as the day goes on that I hope that we can address, but I'll leave it at that for now. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Guerin. I want to speak on what Councillor McGuire-Blaise brought forward with the two positions. I am It's my understanding, I talked to administration, I met with them, I had the opportunity to discuss budgets. My understanding that we are still trying to find a replacement public works position for a retirement. So we have a couple vacant positions. So I would be in support of not hiring that public works position right now. And I think that that is almost a 0.5%. So that's my thoughts on that. And we could always talk to administration, see how the level of service is going and discuss it mid-year or next year's budget. So I think in order to get this process going, whenever we have an idea, if somebody has an idea, they would, make a motion. So say somebody makes a motion that we cut that position, then we'll get a seconder, and anything with 5 votes will be cut, and we can discuss it later if need be. So that's my thoughts on that position. I think the water position is a little bit different because it's built into the rates. So I really don't see that as adding a taxed position. But that's my position on the Public Works. And if there is a motion, then we can discuss that. So I'll go to Councilor McGuire, please.
Thank you through the chair. So I'll put a motion forward to remove the Public Works position. That is the proposed Public Works position, leaving the water position intact, but removing the Public Works position.
Councillor looking for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Verbeek. Okay. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Meady.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think it's a good time to not hire somebody. Also, I believe that in capital, snowplow was contingent on this hire. So not only are we gonna, we can be looking at saving that snowplow cost too with this decision.
Okay, further comments on this motion? Everybody understands what the motion is. Councillor Hammond?
The only concern I have regarding dropping this employee is the need for him, should there be another event where Public Works is working 24/7 to clean up another mess. That's the only concern that I have regarding dropping this particular employee.
Spoke to the motion yet? Councillor McGuire, please.
Thank you through the chair. I understand what Councillor Hammond is saying, but I don't believe one position is going to save the town from having to go to third-party resources in the event we have another crazy snow or ice storm. I don't think one position is going to make or break the event. So I think going with a third party in the event that we have another crazy storm would be a better solution than to pay somebody all year long. And then we have to hold that position. It's hard to get rid of positions once we add them.
We're not going to have any storms in 2024. Director Gerard?
Through you, in the event of emergencies, it's very difficult to contract third-party services. They're typically not available because they're servicing other communities or other private sector companies. So I just wanted to make that iteration. And then also, I just wanted to, although this Public Works employee is needed, so is the snowplow. It is contingent on that position. However, the rationale is that we have a lot more road. So all I wanted to do is, it's your motion, it's your decision. However, I just do want to caution you that if we do receive complaints regarding timing of snow plowing, timing of how often this is a result of this decision. So it's your decision, but I just wanted to provide that advice to you. Thank you.
Mitch, and I have Councillor Allard.
From clarification from both Director Gerard and Councillor McGuire Blaze. So this is the removal of the Public Works position, which then in turn removes the snowplow and a vehicle, or just the snowplow? The vehicle is still necessary? Okay, thank you. Through the chair.
Mitch, I believe we're just dealing with the position right now, and then we will talk about the snowplow when we get to capital. And so that is something that council will have to face if we get complaints. Councillor Allard?
This position, you were saying, or Chair was saying earlier that we are missing one person as it is. So actually, if you want to look at it, if we were planning for it, we're missing two people.
So we had a public works operator retire this past year, so we've been posting for that position. It just has not been filled yet. So we'll continue to post it, but at that time, we are currently short one position.
Any comments on, final comments on the motion? Everybody understands the motion? That we're just removing the public works operator from the 2024 budget. We've heard our director's concerns. We can revisit it mid-year if we need to, or in 2025. All in favor? We get enough? All in favor? Yeah, okay. Opposed? One opposed, and Councillor Verbeek. Okay. Do you want that noted? Okay. All right, we'll continue with operating. Oh, Director Drusevich, what does that bring us down in a tax? Please.
Through the chair, that now makes the blended average rate 5.37. So the 0.5% that you commented on earlier was accurate.
CAO Suite.
Just because there was a few comments made, just want to remind council, hopefully you don't get too tied up in that percentage, because as we showed during the walkthrough, right, our percentage is different than when you see other municipalities. So it really is what that dollar factor is going to be to your resident. So we'll continue to show both, but I just want to remind council, our 5%, which you've seen some comparable municipalities right now, is still even lower than what they finalized, but is a lot different than someone else's 5%. So just want to make sure when we see that chart, you kind of look at that dollar, that's the effect to your resident.
So just to expand on CAO Suite's point, in dollar figures, that is an average increase of $97 a year for the town's portion of taxes to the average resident.
But that was down from?
Previously $109.
Thank you. So we'll just linger here for a few minutes in operating, and I'll just watch council members to see if there are any other suggestions to bring forward for discussion. Everybody's had their document and the opportunity to meet with staff. And then if there are no other suggestions for operating, we will be seeking a motion that the proposed 2024 operating budget as presented be adopted in principle, inclusive of all adjustments summarized in Table A. Councillor Hammond.
Just a comment on the police service boards. I noticed last year they had a significant increase in their budget, and going forward, I see it's the same. I'm just wondering, would there be any difference in the amount with the new police service board setup?
Councillor Hammond, what page are you on for that? Yeah, so last year, basically, there was an additional increase, minimal, I think it was $1,500 to cover the Good Samaritan Awards. The percentage may look higher. In terms of your question, in terms of the new board, that's a conversation we will have. We're starting those conversations next week, kind of with the other two municipalities, to see what costs it will, how we're going to share the remuneration for all the members, plus if there's going to be other conference costs, et cetera. But that board at the end will be shared between the three municipalities costs. Sorry, just to also add that this is not a Town of Essex committee. It's through the Police Service Act, and they set what the pay for members is. We do not set that. So whatever that cost is, again, it'd be shared, but that is set by the province.
Any other questions on the operating budget? Looking for a motion that the proposed 2024 operating budget as presented be adopted in principle, inclusive of all adjustments summarized in Table A. Councillor Verbeek, supported by Councillor McGuire Blaze. Questions to the motion? Seeing no, Director Drusevich.
Just give us 2 minutes to pull up Table A so that council can see. Thank you. What council's seeing is Table A on the screen. Just one quick second. There we go. So what you're seeing is on the top, the Monday, November 27th, those were the proposed taxation revenues and expenses presented to council. And you can first scroll over just a bit. Yeah. You're seeing some of the changes that we mentioned earlier that are out of both council and administration's control. And then you're seeing the motion regarding the removal of the public works operator. So what you're seeing is a reduction of tax revenue as well as a reduction of expenses, ultimately a reduction of the tax rate. And at the end of the day, this also shows the revised total revenues of 53 million and the revised total expenses of 52. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Drusevich. All in favor of that motion? Deputy Mayor Shepley, it's hard to see him. Okay. Opposed? And there is none opposed. I do have one just further with the vacant position. Is there a tax savings there?
Through the chair. So within the reserve management plan, the salary stabilization reserve that was set up puts any wage savings into that. And that allows us in a year of negotiations to stabilize the increase.
Okay. We will go to capital now. The fun stuff begins.
Through the chair, we're just going to pull up another brief presentation.
Go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so as Mayor Bondi mentioned, we're going to head into the capital deliberations. Next slide, please. Through the chair, are you good, Councilor Verbeek? Okay, perfect. So we're on page 17 at this point. This is a high-level overview of total revenues and expenditures for the proposed capital budget. What you're seeing is expenses of $17.5 million. As Councilor Guerin mentioned earlier, 300,000 of this is funded through taxation revenue in some regard. So again, looking at the column for your capital projects that show new or upgrade would have a direct, if they're funded from taxation, would have a direct impact on the tax rate. So if you are going to make a motion to cut one of those projects, we would do the calculation and we would let you see what that looks like to the tax rate. Next slide. So per the Municipal Act, as a municipality, we must present a balanced budget. So this means that revenues that come in must equal money going out. We can't budget for a surplus and we can't budget to lose money either. Next slide. So this is the printout that council got on Monday, November 27th. And this is quite important if council has projects that they want to change, if they have projects they want to add. This is sort of the cheat sheet as to how to do that. Funding models must align. So we have our reserve management plan, which has how we can spend the monies within those reserves. And then we have legislative reserves as well that fund the capital budget. So reserves such as development charges, things of that sort. Which is why we encourage council to meet with us in that 2-week period, just because when it comes to those types of legislative reserves, it's not as easy as swapping one project out for another. We have to verify that it's applicable and okay to do so within those studies, things like that. So looking at a quick review of this, if it's a new asset, we don't typically use an asset management reserve. Grant funding, yes. Other reserves, yes. Development charges is a maybe. Again, it has to align with a study that the consultants propose to us or present to us. And funded from taxation, yes. So a replacement, typically we use asset management reserve. However, you saw at the Monday, November 27th walkthrough, we have to be responsible in spending the asset management reserve monies as well. Grant funding, yes, that's OCIF and the CCBF streams heavily fund our infrastructure program. The reserves, typically no. However, once in a while, perhaps Public Works Reserve would use some of their monies for something like that. Development charge reserve, no, not if it's replacement. DC reserves is typically for growth projects only. Funded from taxation, yes. Upgrades, the town uses a 50% cost method. So 50% of it usually comes from replacement, like AMP monies, 50% from other streams. Those other streams being grant funding, other reserves, maybe development charges if you're upgrading because of growth, and tax applies to all projects. Next slide. Okay, so this is going to be our approach for the day. Just a reminder that the budget that's in front of you went through 3 different cuts with administration. So we started back in September with the cuts, and what you're seeing is what administration believes is a fiscally responsible, prioritized budget. So what we will do is we will review each division in order of the budget document. Ask questions along the way about your projects. If there's a project you don't fully support, we're not going to deliberate every single project. What we're going to do is have you request to table it. We will then summarize all of the tabled projects, and that will be the end deliberation. Okay. So projects that haven't been tabled, we would proceed to adopt the division in principle, less the tabled projects. And as we make those resolutions, I will repeat any projects that might have been tabled, just to make it clear for purposes of minutes. Yeah, through the chair, go ahead.
Bonnie, just kind of seeing some looks. So just for clarification, as an example, if there's a department, community services has 10 projects under parks, and you're all good with 9 of them, but you want one you want to deliberate, we're just going to pull that one out. Have a motion to approve those 9, and then we'll compile a list at the end of going through each department, then go one by one to deliberate.
What's the sole purpose behind that? I mean, we're gonna have the whole day if we need, right?
Your Mayor Bonnie, correct, Councillor Guerin. It's just to kind of keep the flow going, because there's probably 60 to 70% that are just going to be approved by council. So we can get those out of the way where there's going to be a lot of deliberation, then you can just have that. But it is up to council. That is our recommendation. But if you want to do each division until it's done, we can do that as well.
Through the chair. So again, we would ask for a resolution for adoption less the tabled projects after each division. And then we would review that outstanding table at the end of all of the projects per division. And then we would look for resolutions on that final table of changes. Next slide. Okay, are there any questions before we head into formal deliberations?
Regarding the other source of revenue, including the long-term debt category. What qualifies to get into that category? And then the reference I'm getting to is where we're replacing the roof and HVAC at the school, and it's getting half, and it ends up in that category. And others are debt, and I just how to differentiate.
Good question. So other is generally exactly that word, kind of miscellaneous revenue streams. You're going to note that there's only one project where long-term debt has been taken. As when we presented the streetscape funding models, we knew that we were going to be at the highest levels of debt we've seen. So that is Fire Station 3 drawings that's proposed with a debt model that wouldn't be taken until 2025. Other may consist of any streams that we get from partners, right? So we have a partnership for the pool with school board. So that's a different type of stream. Any partnerships we have with Amherstburg to fund different projects, that would be considered other as well. And then even county partnered projects, other would fall into that too. So it's kind of a mishmash, which is why we've labeled it other, because we just couldn't fit it all on one page if we tried to break down every single type of revenue.
Yeah, through me, I lost my thought. And sorry.
Starting with our first category, Director Drusevich. No?
Quick second. So the first category of projects is general government. Next slide. Is there a way to zoom in? Perfect. So this is council's contingency. It was previously to 2023 always $50,000. Council reduced it in 2023 to be $25,000. This project is typically used for kind of surprise events that happen within the year, right? So if you're interested in maybe a land purchase, or if there's legal fees you want investigated that are outside of the scope of the town, any kind of ad hoc project you guys, council has seen this year used for gateway signage, different projects that come up throughout the year.
So on the council contingency fund, Director Drusevich, you're looking for like a resolution that we keep it, or, okay. So thoughts from members of council on this $25,000? I kind of like it. Councilor Mady, thoughts on it?
Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that we halved it last budget, and that was the right thing to do. And I don't think we spent it all of even this term. So I think 25 is probably a good number to stay at for a while.
That we keep the council contingency fund at the 25, which was reduced in 2023. Councilor Verbeek, Councilor Allard, questions, comments to the motion, Councilor Guerin.
Yeah, through the mayor. So, yeah, so as Councilor Mady said, we didn't use it all. Where are we with that? And are we, how much of that are we pulling forward?
The chair, after the resolution on December 4th, there is approximately $8,700 remaining in that fund.
Further through the mayor, and that 8,700 is moving forward to this year, but that doesn't necessarily make that 25, 33.7. It's just 25. So where's the 8,700 going?
Chair, typically that would go into the town's surplus, but council can make a motion to carry those funds forward or use it to offset this project to reduce taxation as well.
Through the mayor, I don't mind that option at all if we can get council to support that.
Anybody else want to speak to the council contingency? Councilor Verbeek?
Madam Mayor, actually, once we get into deliberations and I have my few minor requests, that was one of them. I was going to see if council would support using what remains in our council contingency to assist Ward 2 in putting a little bit of money in to replenish our Coan Park Reserve, as it looks very good that we're going to dig deep into it and move forward with the park this year. So I would like to see us replenish that. At some point today, I'm hoping we could find 50,000 to put away for that reserve. And that what was left of our contingency fund was one of the little sums of money I had kind of earmarked to request.
Just for clarification, right now, we are only talking about the we'll talk about the 8,700 when we can, but the motion only speaks to the 2024 budget and the $25,000, keeping that for council contingency. We have that motion on the table. Any further comments to that motion? Deputy Mayor must have gone to the beach. Councillor Mady.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, so if we vote right now to keep it at 25,000, we do not have the chance to carry forward the 8,700?
Clarification, the 8,700 will have to be dealt with separately.
Bonnie, correct. So we're looking at council, if they want to keep that council contingency at that 25,000, looking for that motion. What I'd recommend to our finance team at that chart for deliberations to add the $8,700. So when you get to that point, then council can decide where they want to put it.
Of the motion for the council contingency. And that is carried. Second division, Office of the CAO, service request software upgrade. This is for report a problem. Seeking direction for council on keeping this software upgrade in here for report a problem. Councilor McGuire Blaze is moving it, Councilor McGuire Blaze? Looking for a seconder to keep this project in the budget. Councilor Hammond. Questions to the motion? I have like a little hourglass and that's how long I wait. Okay, all in favor? Okay, so that is kept in the funding sources, general contingency reserve. Division next is police. We have two projects in there, police contingency and building automation system. Councillor Hammond moves, supported by Councillor McGuire Blaze. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Next division is cemeteries. We have two projects in here, fence replacement at Quick Cemetery and protective barrier at Erie Cemetery. Seeking direction from council on those projects. If you want to pull one out, we will vote on it. Councillor Verbeek, I saw your hand first. Sorry, Councillor Verbeek.
And I lost my page number. I'd like to at least table the, I believe it's the barrier at the Colchester Cemetery, 57 Parkett for now, please.
Hello wants to speak to that.
The reason for the barriers is because over the last 5 years, there's been approximately $3,000 in repairs to that fence because of cars overflow parking in the area. That has caused the fence and headstones to be knocked over and require repair. The reason for the $5,000 is a proactive barrier to stop the cars from running into that fence and knocking over headstones. Because of the proactive nature of the cost, we expect that it's going to avoid the same amount of funds being expended over the next 3 to 5 years by putting that barrier in place now.
Members of council.
Thanks, Mayor Bonnie. So just a reminder, if council wishes to pull that item out, that's when we get to the deliberations, we'll talk more about it at that time. We're not looking to defend them or that now. It's just when it gets better to the further deliberations on that chart. So what we're looking for right now is if council wishes to approve both projects at this point, at this time, or if you do wish to pull one out to deliberate later.
Okay, so Councillor Verbeek made a motion to pull it out to deliberate it later. Councillor Hammond, were you seconding that? Okay, anybody want to speak to the motion? I don't believe I'll be supporting the motion. I think it makes sense to have, it's only $5,000. So go ahead, Councillor Hammond.
We sure this is the Erie Cemetery? Because I'm trying to picture overflow parking. Overflow parking from what?
Deputy Clerk Shelley Brown.
Madam Mayor, so this is the cemetery right in Colchester by CBG's. It's not the Colchester Memorial. It's the one down by the water, Erie.
So it's not the Erie Road Cemetery then? Okay. That makes more sense.
The barriers, are they being put on both on Sydenham and on Bagot?
Shelley? Ms.
Through
Brown?
you, yep, through the mayor. No, it will be, sorry, I'm gonna be wrong on the name, on the words. It'll be, okay, so there's Colchester Bar and Grill on one, it'll be the opposite side. That's where we're having the issues. We haven't had any issues, but we certainly can look at both sides just to help in the future, but it's been the other side that we've had the ongoing issue.
Further comments to the motion to pull that one out for later? Okay, so we had Councillor Verbeek supported by Councillor Hammond to take out the $5,000 for the fence. All in favor of that motion? The barrier. All in favor of that motion? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 1, 2, I think opposed 1. Okay. So now we need a resolution to approve both projects. Needing a resolution to approve both projects in the cemeteries. Councillor Mady, Councillor Guerin, any further questions on that? You have a question, Councillor Verbeek? Okay, all in favor? And that is carried. Opposed? Okay. So now we're on to corporate services, general government. We have procurement software for $25,000. Looking for a motion on the update, the current software to include purchasing a modular. Councillor McGuire Blaze, supported by, get a motion on the table and then we can speak to it if we want. Councillor Mady. Anybody have any questions on this project? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is supported. IT, we have 2 projects in IT. The VMware server upgrade and the virtual meeting room hardware. And that would be at the Harrow Arena with town hall meeting room equipment to be relocated. Looking for direction here, Councillor. I have Councillor Hammond with his hands up. Are you making a motion or are you? Okay, what do you want to pull? Oh, Mike.
Meeting, technology at the Harrow Arena. I think it was prevalent and needed during COVID, but I think that need has diminished greatly, and I don't think we need to spend $15,000 with taxpayers' money.
Okay, so pull that one and support the other one. Okay. Councillor Hammond's putting forward a motion that we pull the virtual meeting room and keep the other project, supported by Counselor Verbeek. Did you have your hand up for that? Or, yep. Okay, Counselor Verbeek. Anybody else wish to speak to this motion? Counselor Garen.
Just had a question on the actual, I'm just reading the project description, virtual meeting room at Harrow Arena with town hall meeting room equipment to be relocated. I just can't remember what the discussion on, we're removing equipment from this town hall and bringing it to Harrow Arena, so we're not buying new equipment. This is a cost of just labor, I'm assuming.
Through the chair, when we did the reconstruction of the large meeting room here, there was a large sound bar that was able to be relocated that would have resulted in minimal cost savings. But we still would have had to purchase like a main software similar to this system here. So that's the $15,000 mainly, as well as installation costs.
That's the mayor, and I don't recall, when this was presented to us originally, what the purpose, why it was felt we needed something at the Harrow Arena. Is it just because we have other, centers within Essex that have it, and it's just, this would make everyone have one?
So Garen, that was some politics when we had a lot of virtual meetings and just having the option of having meetings on Zoom in different locations. I don't think it's as needed as it once was. Counselor Verbeek.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I supported Counselor Hammond's motion to pull it from the budget for a couple of reasons. But one of which, the Harrow Arena functions really, really well. That meeting room as needed, when needed, the way it's set up. But also, I know we did this budget or two ago for McGregor, and I would just be curious for Director Jarusevich to comment. I mean, we put this in McGregor, and has it increased our room rentals or the use? Has it, paid off for us?
So that room has been operational for just under a year. I believe it's been rented out less than 5 times at this point, mainly by town administration.
Yeah, I remember pulling this one last budget. It was $21,000 then. Looks like we have some cost savings from this equipment now. It's down to 15,000. So that's a fair amount of cost savings. And I do believe that the main use of that equipment is to allow our committees a place to meet where they can zoom in when needed, where they could have outside contractors or our consultants zoom into the meetings to give presentations. I could already think of 2 times this year where the Heritage Committee had to meet in our meeting area here because we had people that wanted to zoom into our meeting and we could not have it when we were scheduled to have it out in Harrow or Colchester. So at least twice the town committee had to relocate because of not having this equipment. So I don't think it's a matter of rental paying it back. I think it's a matter of us using the resources or not.
A point of order on myself, I think. So I think what we do is we move them to the list at the end, right? Rather than completely exiting them right now, because we could find a whole bunch of savings and we may want to bring it back. So I think like it's maybe we look at it as like not priority A, but maybe it's our other list. So we're not cutting them out completely, we're moving them. Does that make sense? Counselor Garen?
That wasn't the motion, it was to pull it. And our mover is absent.
Wait. CAO Suite?
I know it's a new process. So let's use this one as an example. Would ask if there's a motion to go with both 2. If there's no, because you want to move, in this case, the cemetery fencing to further deliberations, that will be the motion. Move this to further discussion today on that topic, and that's when you'll deliberate it.
Hammond, it's just a point of information, and what we're going to do is we're going to take the projects that we don't want to immediately adopt, and we're going to move them to a list to discuss at the end of our budget exercise. So this one, instead of pull, should be move. Are you okay with that? And then we'll discuss it later. We're going to discuss, okay. All right, everybody familiar with the motion? All in favor of moving it and adopting one immediately? Okay, and that is carried. Opposed? Okay, we will move on to community services. Do I need to read each one? Are we in fire? Okay, we're in fire. Everybody look at the fire department. I need direction for the fire department. Counselor McGuire Blaze moves the entire list, supported by Counselor Verbeek. Any other questions? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Essex Rec Complex. Everybody's seen that one. We have 3 projects there. I'm looking for direction on those 3 projects there. Counselor Hammond moves the 3 projects, supported by Counselor Verbeek. Any questions? Counselor Guerin.
Just the sidewalk repair and replacement. How come it has to fall under the recreation complex? How does it not fall under infrastructure or operating infrastructure? Is it because it's a joint project and it's on the property of the high school? Thanks, Director Morissette.
Any further questions on those 3 projects? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Art installation. We're under arts, culture, and tourism. We have $10,000 there coming out of our mural reserve. Moved by Counselor Verbeek, seconded by Counselor Hammond. Any questions on this one? Counselor Mady.
Through you, Chair. So is this $10,000 for a new mural? Like, is that how much a new mural costs, is $10,000?
Through you, Mayor Bounty, it may not necessarily be a mural, it's some sort of art, potentially a mural, but it does go to the ACT committee, which they have their priority list, and they would be working with that fund to be able to have some sort of art display for culture and tourism purposes.
Thank you, Chair, and follow up. So is that the committee's entire funding for the year then? Is that $10,000, or would they come back for more as needed?
Through you, Mayor Bounty. So they do have an operating account as well, which is more for maintenance of murals, but this would be for a new piece of artwork or cultural tourism displays.
Thank you. And just last comment on it. In my opinion, this would be like another spot where we could probably save some money. I don't know if we need a new piece of art this year or not.
Do you want to talk about the funding reserve or the mural reserve?
Through the chair. So typically murals are funded through either operating transfers that we make in the year or through grant funding as well. That reserve did have sufficient funds of approximately $33,000 remaining for future murals.
Yes, as a member of the ACT committee, I also would like to point out that council has requested that the ACT committee look into creating a mural for the LGBTQ community, and that would be what this money would be slotted for.
Seeking direction from council, there's adequate reserves there, and I think we did make a commitment. Needing a mover, Counselor McGuire Blaze, supported by Counselor Hammond. Any questions? All in favor? I can't see, oh, oops. Okay. Opposed? We have one. All right, we will move on to, parks. Everybody has the list in front of them. It's okay, Jake. It's gonna be okay. Okay, Counselor McGuire Blaze, you want to speak to it?
I would like to table the archway. Not that I don't think it doesn't need to be done, but I'd like to wait and see what we're doing with the Harrow High School property before we build anything there. Or replace anything there.
That Counselor Hammond? Okay, we'll just speak to tabling that archway right now, because I see no issues with that. Like, we're just gonna we're gonna talk about it this afternoon. All in favor? And that is carried. Other discuss, Counselor Verbeek.
Go one at a time? Sure. Okay, well, I guess, first I'd like to table, the 50,000, because, I understand we're focusing on the second last column. That's what's gonna help us bring our tax rate down, right? I just want clarity on that, so it's a question.
She's talking about the additional swings at Stanton Park.
It's a question too.
Okay, so we would move that to deliberations later today. I need a seconder for that. Counselor McGuire Blaze. Okay, questions, comments on that? Counselor Hammond.
Since, correct me if I'm right, Mr. Mersu, did we not have swings there before?
Through your Mayor Bondi, yes, there are two different sets of swings.
So couldn't we be putting this in with the replacement contingency rather than having a brand new set of swings that the taxpayers have to spend 15?
Here.
Your Mayor Bondi, again, Counselor Hammond, I just asked if council agrees to move that to deliberations. That's when you would have questions and deliberate as a whole. I think we're just looking to see if everybody agrees to move that project to deliberate later.
Could I move with also moving the contingency along with it? At that
Yeah,
time?
we're gonna deal with them, each capital project that we're pulling out one at a time. Okay, so right now we're pulling out we're moving it to this afternoon. Tabling. All right, we have a mover and a seconder on that. All in favor? Okay, Counselor Verbeek, you have another one? Counselor Mady? Discussions to moving that to this afternoon. Counselor McGuire Blaze?
I don't see how we can not do it if we're gonna open up the sports park next year. So I'd like maybe some direction from Director Morissette on if we don't have this, can we open up our sports fields next year?
Great, because we have to decide if we're going to postpone it to this afternoon.
Mayor Bondi, so the anticipation based on the grass and turf conditions right now is that they would be opening early spring 2025. So without having the necessary resources to be able to get equipment in there, such as nets, parking blocks, all that stuff, then it could potentially delay the opening that we would have at that facility. Of course, we do have some amenities that we'd be able to relocate right now to get us potentially started, but we wouldn't have the full complement of resources that we would need. And depending on when, let's say 2025 budgets aren't approved until January next year, that further would delay the amount of time that we would have to be able to get those amenities in place for the open park. So are there things that we could do in the meantime to make it work? Yes, but not necessarily a guarantee that we would have everything that we would need to make sure that it's open and ready to go.
To the mayor, to Director Morissette, come 2025 budget, do you foresee we'll need even more money for these same things, or will this combined with what we have down there that we're going to move anyways cover it?
Through you, Mayor Bondi, we wouldn't anticipate needing additional amenities for the soccer fields. Of course, it's a it's a large project and we would be looking for different aspects, different projects to continue with the development of the sports complex. But in terms of these specific amenities, there, we don't anticipate anything at this time.
The motion on the table is to move this project to the afternoon discussion. I see us needing to move forward with this. We want to open up Hanlon Street, so I will not be supporting the motion. Okay, all in favor, or do you want to speak again?
I agree. It's just maybe the conversation could be, do we need 105,000 or can we do less or more? So I think it's worthy bringing it forward. My
Okay.
opinion.
All in favor of moving this one to this afternoon? And that is carried. Councilor Ruiz, you have another one?
I'm looking at the 15,000 for the parking plan for Colchester. I wonder if we can just move that forward for discussion. And as I say, just for discussion, it's not, it's not to pull it, it's to have a discussion later.
Is that a second? Okay, comments about moving that to later on today? All in favor? And that is carried. The wood chipper moved. I think that it's tied to the Public Works one, but I think that we could have a discussion on both of them because I think a lot of our low-hanging fruit trees, like a lot of our trees have been done, and maybe that's something that we don't want to have, but anyways. Other projects? Councilor McGuire Blaze? The wood chipper, seconder for the wood chipper, Councilor Mady? We're just gonna talk about it later. All in favor? Okay, we're talking wood chipper later. Any other? Councilor Hammond?
Pathway from Pierre to Arena. I'd like to move that.
Mover, seconder on that one? Councilor Mady? Questions on that one? All in favor? Talk about that one later. Councilor Verbeek?
Mayor, I'd like to just move the tow behind roller kit over to later discussion, please.
Okay, I need a seconder for that one. Which Councilor McGuire Blaze? Boy, we're getting pretty nitpicky here. Okay. Any comments on that one? All in favor? Let me just see that again. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Any CAO suite? Did you want to say something? Okay. Anything else? Okay, CAO suite.
For these larger sections, what I will ask, kind of put them on the spot, is finance could kind of just recap which items have been tabled deliberations, just so everybody's on the same page, no projects are missed.
Through the chair, so projects that have been tabled within this section include rebuild archway into Harrow Arena grounds for $50,000, tow behind roller kit for $15,000, wood chipper, $26,950, Essex Sports Park amenities, $150,000, parking plan for Colchester, $50,000, pathway from Pereira to Harrow Arena, $30,000, and the additional swings at Stanton Park for $50,000.
The other projects. Councilor Verbeek, Councilor Hammond, questions on that motion? All in favor? That's carried. Let's just do arenas and then we're going to do arenas and harbor and then we're going to call a bathroom break. Harrow Arena compressor and generator for Essex Center Sports Complex. And we do have that grant to help with the generator. So looking for direction on this section for the arenas. Moved both projects, Counselor McGuire Blaze, seconded by Counselor Meady. Discussions, Counselor Garen.
This was the one we talked about in the opening that, so it's still showing 50 funded from taxation. What is that real number now?
The recommendation was to preserve the use of contingency funding. So what we did was reduce the other reserve downwards rather than the tax impact. Council has the appetite to change that. They can advise.
Favor of the projects and arenas. And that is carried. And harbor, C dock replacement, deterioration of dock requiring replacement. Needing a mover and a seconder on C dock. Counselor Hammond, Counselor Meady. Any questions? All in favor? Okay. Let's break for 5 minutes, 6 minutes maybe. All right, motion to recess. Counselor Hammond, Counselor Allard, all in favor? Thank you. resume our deliberations. We are under planning now on page 60. We have two projects here, our new official plan and our CWATS soft projects. Looking for council direction on those two projects there. I think we have to do the new official plan. Moved by Councillor McGuire Blaze, and I need a seconder. Councillor Verbeek. So we'll move both of those. Any questions to that? Councillor Allard.
On the soft projects, the second one says increase in costs. What is the increase in cost?
Thank you, Mayor Bondi, through you to Councillor Allard. The increase in cost is related to the bike lockers, repair stations. Those costs have increased over the past couple of years. There is also some cross-border fees as well that we didn't account for. So that increase is to cover those costs.
It's increased from previous ones we've done. Okay, I understand now.
That's correct.
So the motion on the table is that we move forward with both planning projects, the new official plan and the CWAT soft projects. All in favor? That's carried unanimously, except for maybe one. Development services. Oh, sorry, what do I have here? Do I have anything under there? Okay, no, sorry, I'm moving on. Public Works. We have those projects in there and I will seek direction from council. Yeah, I'm right here, right? I'm just under equipment, not roads and roadsides yet. Councillor Guerin, comment? Just equipment. So this is the one where, do we need the wood chipper? Councillor McGuire Blaze, you have a comment?
I'd like to table, we'll go one at a time. I would like to table the electric infrastructure service vehicle.
Okay. Seconder for the electric infrastructure service vehicle, Councillor Verbeek. And that just means we'll talk about it later. All in favor of that motion? And that is carried. Councillor McGuire Blaze, another one?
Through the chair, I'd also like to table the wood chipper.
Here for that. Councillor Hammond. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Is there any other, we'll come back to them. We'll come back to them. Any other? Okay, the snow plow. Any, Councillor Mady for the snow plow? You want to, oh, Mike.
Chair, to pull the snowplow and the pickup truck to this afternoon for the deliberation.
That's two projects,
Yeah.
the top and the bottom. Supported by Councillor McGuire Blaze. Questions to that, or we'll just discuss them later? Or question? Yep.
I think we need to table this. Both say contingent on staff increases, and we decided that we're not going to increase staff in this area. So can we just pull them today, right now?
Gerard?
I would recommend that we leave the pickup truck. The pickup truck, that's a typo. It's not supposed to be contingent on the staff. The snow plow is contingent on the staff, however. So if council did want to pull it completely now, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
One at a time. Let's try them one at a time. Councillor Mady, let's do the snow plow first. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah. Do them one at a time. So Councillor Mady, supported by Councillor McGuire Blaze. And that means we'll discuss the snow plow later this afternoon, or we're going to completely pull it. Okay. Eliminate it from the 2024 budget. Okay. All in favor? And that is carried. For now, if somebody wants to talk about the pickup truck later on this afternoon, we can do that, or as Director Gerard said, they need it. So I'm looking for direction from council on that one. Councillor Mady?
Through you, Chair. I'd still like to table the pickup truck and talk about it later.
Okay. supported by Counselor Allard. Okay, so now we will talk about the pickup truck this afternoon. Oh, yeah, all in favor? And that is carried. Anything else in equipment? Counselor Verbeek.
I would like to push discussion about the generator for Harrow to later today. Not that we don't need it, I'd just like to discuss the cost of it.
By Counselor Hammond. All in favor? Opposed? And that did not carry. Okay, looking for a motion to talk about it. Director Gerard, did you want to speak? No. Okay, looking for a motion to adopt the other projects. Director Drusevich, if you want to lay them out for us, please.
Through the chair, so the remaining projects that would be adopted would be the minor equipment, the generator for Harrow, and the design of the Essex Center salt shed expansion. The tabled projects at this point include the pickup truck, the electric infrastructure services vehicle, and the wood chipper.
Now, those three projects remain. Counselor Guerin, supported by Counselor Allard. Any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, we will go to roads and roadsides. Council members have the projects in front of them and seeking direction from members of council on them. Counselor McGuire, please.
I want to move them all.
Needing a seconder? Counselor Mady. I'm really happy with this roads list too. I think it's a good mix. It's a good plan. All in favor? And that is carried. Division, stormwater management, stormwater rehab programs. So these are all funded by user rates? Or no, not stormwater. Okay, so we'll just deal with stormwater first. We have our servicing master plan, Mole Road, Richmond Drain, significant drinking water threat, stormwater monitoring, and engineering for various bridges and culverts. Looking for direction from council on those. Counselor McGuire, please.
I want to say yes to all of them, but the 80,000 coming out of the asset management reserve, or 800,000, sorry, for the fifth concession for the Richmond Drain. Can you please tell us why this is necessary?
Through the chair. So this is the third phase of the Richmond Drain portion along the fifth concession. So council did approve phase one, which was completed, and that work is done. Council also approved phase two, which has been now designed, but not completed yet, and is anticipated to start in the spring. And this would be phase three, which is the last portion to complete along with phase two. So we would look to be tendering phase two and three together as one project to take advantage of some economies of scale. The reason that this project is necessary is because what's happening is because of the drain proximity and it's the size of the drain and how close it is to the fifth concession, it's actually eroding the bank and the road is actually starting to collapse and fail into the ditch. So if you drive down the fifth concession, you'll notice that you'll start to see the edge starting to wash out and collapse into that ditch. So we need to protect the road from the water.
To move sewage or stormwater management.
Needing a seconder for that? Counselor Verbeek? All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Now we are on AUD search. We're back to development services, right? AUD search. Oh, Director Drusevich.
Chair, so I just want to remind council that we're now getting to the user rate portion of our budget. And so these are projects that are not funded through taxation. The elimination of them would not have an impact on tax rates. The elimination or change of them would only impact the reserves that they're being funded from. So just a reminder to council on that.
We have one left in building, the AUD search, the one-time fee to obtain building fabric parcel data to get our AUD search back up and running, which was really good. Councillor McGuire Blaze, supported by Councillor Allard. That was really good to have for our residents getting additional dwelling units. And 50% of it is coming from building department reserves and 50% is coming from development services reserve. So there's no bottom line to taxation on this one anyway. All in favor of this one? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to water. We will deal with water, and as Director Drusevich said, it's all in our water rates, water reserves. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 projects there in our water department. Coming forward, I'll wait for direction from council. Councilor McGuire Blaze, you want to move them all, supported by Councilor Mady. Director Gerard.
Thank you. Since the pickup truck or the electric vehicle was tabled in the Public Works equipment, I believe we should also be tabling the pickup truck in water. Because the need for the new vehicle is in the water department. So the business case was that we were going to purchase an electric vehicle to replace a vehicle in Capital Works and Infrastructure, and that pickup truck would be transferred into water. So this $28,900 is the transfer. So I believe we should also be tabling that as well.
McGuire Blaze and Councilor Mady, can we have that as an amendment? Then we'll discuss that. Okay. Thank you, Director Gerard, for that. All in favor? And that is carried. Opposed? Okay. Now we are on sanitary sewer. Looking for direction from council on our sanitary sewer, and all of the projects come from sanitary sewer reserve. Looking for a motion that we adopt all of the projects in this user rate sanitary sewer section of our budget. Councillor Hammond, Councillor Allard. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Any questions? I did ask the CAO to keep an eye, you know. It's really hard for me to pay attention to this. I got my hands full with everybody in the room. All in favor? And that is carried. And oh, thank you, sir. Can we give you a mic? Oh. Welcome to. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. So we are under, we have our pre-approved projects. Do we, Director Drusevich, too bad you didn't give him your mic, Joe. Oh, you got one. Deputy Mayor Sheffley, you probably didn't hear that, but just a resident coming into town hall just popped his head into the door and said, he said he's new to Essex and we're pretty awesome. In case you didn't hear, we tried to give him a mic. So, okay, so do we have to, Director Drusevich, do we have to do anything with the pre-approved projects? Okay. So just seeking maybe a recap from administration because we've gone through our document now and then we'll.
So at this point, what we are going to do is put up on the screen all of the tabled projects. And then the floor is council's to determine what changes they want to make. At that point, if you wanted projects added, it would be added as well. My suggestion to keep it flowing would probably maybe be to add the projects, but as people are adding, they need to make sure they have a funding method too. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Or through you, Madam Chair. On page 77, for the McGregor Park, I'd like to pull the sun sail from our wish list and get it into this year's budget. And I'm happy to explain my reasoning behind that now, if that's the time. Okay. Well, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the park. But it's a nice little toddler park. It's geared to smaller kids, and it's in front of our library, and it's on the paved parking lot. So it's black asphalt. Although we have the rubber bottom to it, there is zero shade, and it really it makes it hard to play on during the hot sun, right? Even when it's not such a hot day with the sun blazing down on it because it's on pavement, it's you have to time your visits. So it's not a great deal of money. I'm hoping that we can move it over. Is this where I suggest some of the projects I was hoping to pull it from, or is that after? Okay, well, now that I'm hoping that we could allot some of our leftover contingency fund towards it. So that would be just over I think it's 8,700. And then to take a little pinch of the Stanton Park swings that I'm hoping we're going to agree to pull. That's where I'm looking initially to cover the cost of the sun sail that's much needed at the McGregor Park.
So Councilor Verbeek is asking that we include the sun sail, which is $20,000. Director Morissette, is $20,000 accurate?
Through you, Mayor Bondi, we're confident that that would be able to get us a sun sail at that location.
Councilor Verbeek is moving that the sun sail be moved into our capital parks budget for $20,000, and with $8,700 coming from a carry forward from our council contingency fund, and then $11,300 coming from the Stanton Park.
Director Bucevich, the remaining balance would come from where?
As Stanton Park was funded through taxation, it would be taxation funded.
Okay. Councilor Guerin?
You're requesting just to move that particular item from a future project to this year's project. That's really all we're approving right now. The funding part, or if we're gonna take it from here or there, comes later, right?
Through you, Mayor Bondi, I think I'll look for direction from council. So we've listed, without seeing it, let's say 20 items to be tabled. Would you like to go through those 20 now, one by one, and then any new projects added, you go there? Or if there's new projects council want to see, you can add them now and discuss them now. I think those are the two options we're looking for direction from council.
Through
Through you. I don't really want to talk about them now because we got all those other ones that are in this year's budget I want to talk about. So I'm not in favor of that at all. But I don't understand why we can't just, like Councilor Beek's saying, a proposed funding model, but once we talk about it, when we talk about it, at such time this afternoon, we can discuss A, if we want to do it, and B, if that's where the money is actually going to come from. Over another project. I just don't see why we would do it right now. It's kind of like we're putting something from next year's budgets or years later budgets in today and make a preference of it before stuff that's in this year's budget.
I will go to Councilor McGuire-Blaze. I also think that council members took opportunities to meet with Director Drusevich to find different funding strategies. So like in between our budget walkthrough and today. Councilor McGuire-Blaze.
Sure. Would it make sense to go through what we have here, see where our tax rate is at, and then go to add extras?
Okay, Director Drusevich.
So just in light of what council is saying here, we're going to just start going one by one down the list. And I would look for motions to remove the project for any removals. Is everyone amenable to that?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I have to go one by one down the list. Looking at the tabled projects, council contingency was tabled for the 8761. That's the carry forward project. So it was added to the tabled list as well. The current year contingency was approved. The next tabled project was the virtual meeting room hardware for $15,000. It was funded 100% purely through taxation.
Meeting room. Counselor McGuire Blaze.
Put a motion forward to remove it from budget.
Looking for support for that. Counselor Verbeek. Questions on removing this item? And Director Drusevich, if we remove them, at some point they were important. So if we remove them, they're just like gone. Is there anywhere like we could throw them, certain ones back on a wish list again?
Through the chair, council could make a motion to remove them or push them to 2025 budget year. And they would be presented in the proposed 2025 budget, if that was amenable. I'm just speaking with the clerk and we're wondering if maybe it's easier, instead of a motion for every single project, we get this list in order and we motion then to approve the entire list. So I don't, no? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
We're going to disagree on each thing. Okay, Counselor Guerin.
So all these, just going back to these projects that we've already tabled. I don't know what the total amount of them is or what type of a tax impact it is right now. I mean, I'm not looking at anything. We're going by these one-on-one going eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. I don't even know. We don't even know what the total amount of the projects are that were tabled and what impact that it has on the taxes. So I don't mind going one by one once I have that information before me.
Mayor, I just, Counselor Guerin's comments, I need clarity. We haven't necessarily eliminated any of these. We've tabled them for discussion later. And as we discuss each, we can eliminate or push forward to 2025 or keep in the budget. Am I correct? I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Drusevich and CAO Suite wants to speak.
Yeah, so through the chair. So what you're seeing on the screen is all the projects that were tabled. So there have not been motioned to be removed yet. What you're seeing is the funded from taxation column being $210,000 for all projects that have just been tabled at this point. All the funding models are within the budget document as well. So I would recommend we decide which projects we want removed. I can then tell you the impact it has on the tax rate, and then we can go from there.
Just to add on that, so as Director Drusevich, you have it up there. We will go one by one for those projects, right? So what, can we go to the top, Maddie, please? So council contingency was asked to be tabled. We will now talk about that. And however long that goes, decision, make a vote on that. If there's seems not going to be a decision, we can table it again and move on to another project. But the goal is we'll go one by one with direction from council after your deliberation.
So this was a unique one in that we were just getting started with the rhythm of the meeting. So this was actually the 23 carry forward. At this point, I think we skip this one and go to the next one as it was actually in the 24 budget. So the project that we're discussing would be either keeping the virtual meeting room in there, funded through taxation, or removing it.
A mover and a seconder for pulling the virtual meeting room out. Counselor McGuire Blaze and Counselor Verbeek. Okay, we're speaking just to that right now. Counselor Verbeek.
Ask that the mover amend to, rather than remove it, push it to the proposed for next budget.
We can push it, but I thought we would remove it because we had said when we tabled it that it was no longer needed because we no longer have COVID. So we can table it, but I think it'll just keep getting tabled and tabled and tabled, and our list will just get long. So that's why I said remove it. But if council would rather table it than remove it, then that's fine.
Yeah, this is one that has already been pushed forward once already. And And I'd be afraid that it would just keep getting pushed forward and pushed forward and pushed forward. I don't see it as a COVID thing. I see it as the future way that we're doing business. And that as we're pushing for our committees and to be live streamed, and we're going to have to provide spaces for that to happen. And if we're providing spaces in Ward 1 and Ward 2, to have that happen, I would also like those spaces to be provided in Ward 4 and Ward 3. So to me, this is just moving forward with the future of how meetings and are going to be handled, and that we should fund this one.
Counselor McGuire Blaze was agreeable to having an amendment pushing it to 2025 budget. I myself do not want to support it in 2024. It's not a priority right now with everything else going on. Any other comments to the virtual meeting room from members of council? Seeing none, Counselor McGuire Blaze was agreeable to putting it to 2025. So that's the motion. All in favor? And that is carried. Opposed? I think Deputy Mayor was opposed too. Okay. Okay, next.
The next project would be the rebuild archway into Harrow Arena grounds. That is a replacement project, a $50,000 cost with the funding through the Asset Management Reserve.
Hammond, direction?
Is this archway, is it in danger? Is it danger to anybody at the moment?
Through your Mayor Bundy, so there have been rocks that have fallen off of the archway, and there have been the narrowness of the roadway. There have been people that have hit the archway itself with their vehicles, just because of the narrow nature of it. So, knowing that we were going to be redoing the parking lot this year, we were looking at having this incorporated as part of that project as well, because they're gonna have to put footings in the ground. Can it be done later? Yes, absolutely. But we do see it as a safety issue with some of the rocks falling out of it.
So through the chair, it was my motion to table this. And the reason for tabling it is because we're not sure what's happening with the Harrow High School. So this is an entryway into the Harrow High School. You have to go through it to get there. So if we're going to be demolishing it or doing anything really with it, is there enough access for big heavy trucks, cranes, the whatnot to get through there with an arch over that's the only reason why I want to table it. I'd like to maybe table it for 2025 or when we decide what's happening with the Harrow High School, so we can make it all unified. So it all is, maybe we do it in tangent with the Harrow High School.
Your Mayor Bonnie, so as part of the Harrow Fair, they do have very large tractors that do go through the archway as it is. The archway was raised up a number of years ago to accommodate those larger tractors. So being a vehicle that does go on the road, in comparison to that of a crane, I can't say the size of the cranes that would be there, but I don't think that there would be an issue as both of those vehicles do use roadways for transportation. So I wouldn't necessarily think that that would be an issue, but that's council's decision if they want to continue with this.
The archway right now, I guess, are we rebuilding the archway right now just to keep up with like the cultural heritage that was former high school land? Or is there other reason for it to be there?
So the archway is actually in collaboration with the fair board. So we would be working with them to see what sort of design. There were preliminary discussions on it that they would want to keep as much of it as possible to essentially reuse the metal because it's got historic value to it. So again, we'd have to look at how we can incorporate that. But with those discussions as well, we would want to make sure that the town branding is also incorporated in that. And we have had those discussions and they were willing to work with us on that.
You hear us? Unmute, okay.
I heard you. What's up?
Your hand raised.
Yeah, I had just had a question, but I think it was kind of answered. I just wondered if we were in working with the Aero Fair Group, if they were contributing anything towards, or if this was just a fully funded by the town.
Through your Mayor Bondi. So we have had discussions that they would be willing to discuss contributions, but we don't have anything solidified. So we could see a cost savings to this project. But because it's not ironed out, we put what we expect the full cost to be with the anticipation that any additional funds that we would receive back would go back into the asset management fund to replenish that.
Maybe.
You, Chair. So the roadway is too narrow through there right now, but we want to reuse the metal. Is there any cost savings if we just demolish it right now, put in our proper sized roadway, and then come back later for what we're gonna erect after larger?
So depending on the exact size of what the build of the archway, because we would have to get it engineered as well. So the top portion of it, we may be able to reuse the top portion of the archway, and then we might have to have extensions put on the sides to be able to mount it onto if it's widened out a bit. So it's not 100% designed at this point. We wouldn't want to spend the cost on engineering or architect drawings without having council approval that they want to proceed with the project. So there are some things that we have to iron out, but that's the vision that we would have for the project.
I think that this is an important project and it's a timely project when we're redoing McAfee Street because the whole area needs a revamp. It really does. Looking for direction from council. Councilor McGuire, please.
I put a motion that we table it to 2025.
Needing a seconder. Councilor Hammond. Councilor Garron.
Through the mayor to Jake. If something was to go wrong with it during this year and we had to get down there and make the necessary repairs and maybe the key, where would this money come from and how would it be impacted on our budget?
So it would depend on the emergency need of it. We do have aspects of our operating budgets where we could do smaller repairs, but if something larger happened, which I wouldn't anticipate would be the case, but if something larger happened to it, then we would have to, depending on the sense of urgency, work with finance on some sort of emergency funding for it, or come back to council with post-budget approval to discuss what we would have to do.
The funding model would still remain from AMP, as it would be a replacement, just like Jake had said, or Director Morrissey had said. It would depend on the urgency of it, would just change the way that council approved it.
Through you, Chair. I'm kind of hesitant when our administration identifies something as a safety concern to not move forward with it somehow. I'd be much more happy to demolish what's there, get rid of the safety concern, and then we can build something later when we approve the money for it. Or to approve the project right now and go with it, but I would not want to postpone it another year.
Here, I agree with Councilor McGuire Blaze about the high school. We need to do something with it. It would look nice if it was placed somewhere nice so the high school can be examined off of it too. That's the only problem I'd see is it's waiting for the high school, but I'd let it go for this year.
In 2025. Any final comments to the motion? All in favor of the motion? We have 4. I don't know how the deputy mayor is voting. No? He's opposed. So that's a 4-4. All opposed to the motion? So that's a 4-4. So that motion fails. We need a new motion, council, on this particular project. Councilor McGuire Blaze.
Forward that we continue through to the budget for 2024.
You want to keep it in? Okay. Council, supported by Deputy Mayor Shepley. Okay. Questions on this motion now? All in favor? And that is carried. Opposed? 1. Okay. All right. Next project. Wood chipper.
Through the chair. So the next project is the wood chipper transfer that is happening. So what is happening is Community Services is proposed to be acquiring the surplus wood chipper from Public Works in the amount of $26,950. So some of the contingency reserves is being used to fund that, with the remainder from taxation funding. Again, it's Community Services purchasing the old Public Works operator, and they are proposed to be purchasing a new one.
Okay. All right. CAO Suite wants to talk, and I'm wondering if we have to talk about both wood chippers.
Thank you, Mayor Bonnie. Exactly going to say, since they're tied together, we don't want to jump ahead, but I think we would have to maybe defer this till we talk about the Public Works wood chipper. If that does not happen, then this is also eliminated as well.
Go with tow behind roller kit then, and we'll come back to wood chipper.
Chair, the tow behind roller kit is $15,000 project cost, $7,500 being funded from asset management, and the remaining $7,500 being funded from taxation.
All right, sell us on it. Why do we need it?
Through your Mayor Bundy. So right now we spend hours driving a tractor back and forth between Coan Park and the facility where we utilize. It's stored at the Essex Center Sports Complex. So essentially what happens is we have to use equipment. We have to load up the roller on the back of a trailer, tie it down, drive the trailer all the way out to Coan Park or Harrow facilities. Then we have to bring a tractor there to unload it off of the trailer. And then we have to utilize the equipment and then do the reverse process getting back. So it's extremely inefficient in terms of staff time. We're also utilizing our equipment on the roads more, which utilizes more gas and more time. So it's really, in the long run, we're gonna end up saving money in terms of operations by purchasing this equipment. And for the replacement would be $7,500, but for the $7,500, this equipment is expected to last a couple decades. So for the $7,500 that we're essentially talking about, I think that the cost savings would be there in the long run.
Mayor, this piece of equipment, by the sounds of it, it pays for itself in a short amount of time. I'm just curious, is it strictly for this one piece of equipment, or can it be utilized with other pieces of equipment?
Through your Mayor Bonnie. So it would be, it would attach, it could be towed behind with a tractor or whatever equipment is being utilized to tow it on the sports fields. It's primarily used for sports fields to roll them. So it's really the big aspect is the transportation from our storage facility to where it has to go. We don't have a roller kit at the Harrow Soccer Complex and the Essex Sports Complex. We would have one that we transport between different facilities. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Basically, it's just for that one piece of equipment, the roller, to transport it. No other equipment can be utilized for this towing mechanism.
And this is the piece of equipment. It's actually a roller that you transport. Right. Correct.
So we're eliminating the whole process by eliminating the trailer and everything and just have one piece. Okay.
Sorry, yeah. So what this piece of equipment is the roller, and then it has attachments that puts wheels on it so it can go to the facility easier. Once you get to the facility, you remove the wheels, and then it would be able to use that roller while you're there. So it essentially, yes, takes away having to bring a tractor there to unload it. You don't have to load it up on a trailer. You just hook it up to either a vehicle or a tractor and tow it to the facility.
Deputy Mayor Shepley.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just wondering, are we needing a mover for this? Because I would like to move this motion. It makes sense to me that, I mean, we're eliminating we've eliminated a position already. This would free up town staff's time. This would make sense to me. It should just be put forward as far as I'm concerned. So I'll make that motion if we need to move that right now.
Deputy Mayor, we do have Councillor Verbeek looking to speak to it, but then we will have you move it.
Moving, but that's okay. The CAO, I was the one that requested this be pulled in, and the CAO answered, clarified for me, like, I thought we were talking about getting a roller kit to transport the roller from, and so it just seemed like we were still going to be, it was all the same steps except a different machine pulling it. And now that there's clarity here that it's indeed like it's a different beast than what I thought we were looking at, I would definitely not want to see it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by, need a member of council to second it, that we keep this in the 2024 budget. Councillor Hammond, all in favor? Opposed? We got one. That's carried. Next project.
Through the chair, the next project is the Essex Sports Park amenities, a project cost of $150,000. 45,000 of this comes from our development charges reserve, with the remaining 105,000 from taxation.
Okay, Director Morissette, you want to sell us on it a little bit more here? Let's see what you can do.
Currently, the fields are surrounded by actively farmed bean fields. So one thing that you'll have to take into consideration is with the proximity of the fields to the bean fields, we wouldn't want balls or kids going into those areas. So one thing, and we had to do this at the current soccer complex in Essex, was we have to put the large hydro poles with netting around to block the ball from going into the field. So that's one aspect. We'd have to relocate those poles and get the netting installed behind those nets. We also need to make sure that we get nets. And if you look at the net costs that you're looking at for a pair of nets, around $10,000. So we've got we have 6 fields, but those fields, depending on what the user group's needs are, could potentially be split up even further. So we could end up having more nets. So we're looking at different ways to get through with those nets. Can we maybe talk to an actual fabricator and have those fabricated at a cheaper cost than purchasing them from different suppliers? But with that, we obviously will need nets to play soccer. So with some other things that we need is the parking lot. It doesn't have any sort of parking blocks in it. So if we don't have any sort of blocks to map out where people are supposed to actually park, it's going to become a free-for-all, and it's actually going to significantly reduce the amount of parking that we would be able to have on site. So with that, we also know that people need somewhere to sit. So we have included benches. Soccer players would need benches for them as well, not just the fan base that would be utilizing and watching their family members play.
Council. Karen. Looking for direction from members of council on this particular project. Okay, go ahead. Ask questions. Mike.
Yeah. I'm almost tempted to, because we're not going to be playing on it until 2025. I'm almost tempted to scrap most of it, but realistically, when we're open for soccer over there, will the soccer fields here be completely closed?
I think from our end, that would be more of a question for infrastructure. I know that they're working on the plan for Hanlon, so I don't know in terms of timeline if there's any significant updates on when that's expected to proceed, but maybe Kevin.
No, just, I'll clarify the question. Whether that happens or not, we're going to have sports complex across the highway with soccer fields playable in 2025. I believe it's 4+2 small ones. That should eliminate any need for use of soccer pitches currently where they're at.
Yes, that's correct. The plan would be to relocate all of soccer from that location to the new complex.
And further, would the plan with this money be to actually physically this year go out, buy all this stuff, store it somewhere, and then in 2025, move it to the site? I'm trying to figure out if we need to have it in this budget this year, or if we should push it forward to next year's budget. I'm just wondering what the timing on ordering and where we're going to keep all this stuff, et cetera.
Director Drusevich wants to add something here too.
So I just want to remind council of the theme of this budget, right? The stabilizing tax increases. And that was really the intent of this project. The sports fields, we don't have $10 million+ sitting around to go and put this infrastructure in. And so the thought was we do it in baby steps with small tax increases per year to be allocated towards it. So that when we do want construction, say in 2025, 2030, whatever the year be, you don't need a 10% tax increase and draining the reserves. So that was sort of some of the intent behind the funding as well, just to provide a little bit of clarification, but I'll let Director Morrisseau comment on the timing of purchasing.
The timing on purchasing, it's tough to say with our suppliers at this point. If we're looking at fabricating with a local supplier that might be able to do it, it could take a year to make 15 to 20 nets, right? So the first step for us is really finding out the registration numbers, what the needs are of the user groups, pairing that with what the needs are for the nets, and then we can kind of come up with a plan. But some of the other amenities, like I would say that we would need to have the net, the backstop netting. We would want that in place for sure. Could we go without having fan stands? Yes, we could save some money there. But we know that we're going to need players benches. So a lot of these amenities we would require. So with this being said as well, we are always on the active search for grants. So if we were to get a grant, then it would go back into the funding model for this. But I can't say that that's a for sure. Grants seem to be on the downcline lately, but anything that would come up, we certainly do apply for those.
So to Kate, yeah, you're right. We don't have the money to do everything we want to do down there, but this 105 is specifically for certain things that need for 2025. It really has no bearing on anything else beyond that. So I'm just wondering if we need to do the whole 105 this year, and if that's going to have any dent in our taxation or not. Like, could we go 75? Could we go 60? I don't know. Because it's 105 and it's the amount it is, could we circle back to it maybe near the end and maybe we could end up still leaving it in? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out if we need it all right now. Because we will have another budget to go through. I was worried about the timing.
I have Councilor Verbeek.
So I think that we can go back and look at specifically what aspects of it and break it down a little bit further. I think just kind of doing some math in my head of areas that we could cut. I think that if we went down to 100,000, I think we would be in a good spot, knowing that some of those amenities that we put in the initial request would have to be, they would be removed. But if we did come across something that was really needed, we could always come back to council with post-budget approval to let council know an update. And if additional funds would be needed, I don't anticipate that being the case. But just doing some math in my head, I think if we went down to 100,000, we could make it work.
I have a couple of questions, but I do like Councillor Guerin's suggestion on trying to get that 105 out of the taxation down to maybe 50 or 75. My first question is about the 45. So we're looking at 150,000 for the project and 45 of it coming from the reserve. is that earmarked for any specific things listed in here? Like the parking barriers or the, the fence, the netting or anything, or is it just part of the whole? That's the first question. Is the 45 earmarked for any specific piece of the project?
No, it is not. Per the development charge reserve, we can allocate 30% through the DCs to this project in its entirety. So it doesn't need to be for any specific area because this project is due to growth. So it's not earmarked for specific equipment.
Okay, I guess, so because there's no, you aren't really clear on what the final costs are. My appetite would be to maybe make that whole at 100,000 for the whole project, and with only, what is it, 55 coming out of the taxation.
Just for a point of clarification, because this is funded through DCs, the funding for the development charge goes down as well. So it wouldn't remain at 45,000, it would go down to 30,000. So 70 would still come from taxation. For the development charge reserve, it goes based on percentage. So they attribute 30% of that project to be growth, not dollars, just so that's clear. So if 100,000 is the proposal, that would mean the development charge contribution is 30,000 and 70,000 is funded through taxation.
Oh, yeah, through you. If there's no other, anyone else wants to speak to that, I'll make the motion that we do 100,000 and do the 30% and put 70,000 towards taxation. And then we can always look at 2025 budget.
Okay, so sorry, I got a message from the deputy mayor that when we first turn our mics on, it takes a couple minutes for him to hear us. So I'll just repeat it. So Councillor Guerin is looking for a motion that we reduce this project cost to 100,000 with approximately 30 coming from DCs and 70 coming from taxation. That is the motion, supported by Councillor Verbeek. Okay, everybody knows Councillor Mady.
Through you, Chair. So I understand wanting to move forward with it a little bit at a time and not burdening our taxpayers with a huge tax increase 2 years from now. I'm just wondering if, like, moving forward, if we can even come up with a levy for when we're doing something like this, where we can, make a 1% levy or, and use that as a stabilization tool instead of, because really we're going to be earmarking some money here for stuff that we're not really too sure that, what it's going to be used for and how it's going to be used. So making a levy seems much more appropriate to me.
It's a very fair comment. It's something that in the reserve management strategy, we know that the town needs to start doing, needs to start earmarking some monies to new capital, right? So if that's council's appetite to take a portion, once we see where the tax rate lands today, to have a portion of it, of an increase dedicated to new capital, that would be amenable because it is directly quoted in the reserve management strategy as well.
Councillor Hammond.
Yeah, I like the idea of dropping it down to 100,000, but I think that I'd like to see it even going even further to maybe 75. If Joe's got an appetite for that.
A suggestion to go down to 75. I haven't commented either. I personally, if it was up to me, I'd keep it at the 150 just because I know we're going to be paying for it eventually. And I think in 2024, 25, 26, it's just going to get harder and harder and harder. I think our directors have made a really good job in phasing in things, and it's just going to get harder. We're just paying for it tomorrow instead of paying for it, breaking it up in chunks. Councillor Guerin?
Mayor, I don't, although I respect that, but I don't really think, Director Morissette said he thinks he can make it work at 100, and I think that's a fair number to work with. That's my thoughts on it.
Favor of the motion? Opposed? Oh, sorry. I think I went too fast for the deputy mayor. That's what's happening. Sorry. I'll do all in favor again. All in favor of the motion? Okay, and then opposed? Motion has carried. Okay, let's move on to our next project.
Chair, the next project on the list is the pathway from Pereira to Harrow Arena. This project is 35,000. Sorry, can you zoom in? Just $30,000, entirely funded through the Development Charge Reserve.
Director Morissette, can you give us just a little bit more information on this one, please?
So this one is a pathway to go from the new subdivision to better interconnect the Harrow ball field area with the existing pathways throughout the rest of the facility. So it's really making that connection in accordance with the Parks and Rec master plan that was just approved to better the pathways and interconnectivity between the facilities. So it would fall in line with that to make sure that interconnectivity is there.
And just another note is we have a town parking lot there now. And we have a lot of people who are watching baseball games there with wheelchairs, strollers, walkers, and the grass is quite uneven. So having a path, I believe, is an accessibility feature as well. Looking for direction on this pathway. Councilor McGuire Blaze.
I think we should keep it. So my motion is to keep it in the 2024 budget.
Seconder. Councilor Allard. Oh, sorry. Let me go with Deputy Mayor because I actually saw him. Deputy Mayor Shepley, and I'll come back to you, Councilor Allard. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Next project, please.
Through the chair, the next project is, we are now, the parking plan for Colchester. Can you zoom in just a touch, Maddie? Imagine if I can't see it, or just others can't see it. The project cost for the parking plan in Colchester is $50,000. This is a unique funding model in that 25,000 was coming from AMP because there is some parking there, but it needs to be upgraded. The other $10,000 is revenues that we would expect to obtain from the paid parking system that would be implemented, and then the remaining $15,000 from taxation.
Through Mayor Bondi, so this was as part of the consultation report that we saw from Development Services a couple months back, where a consultancy report was provided with some information about parking in Colchester. So some of those recommendations, we'd be looking at having implementations, which would be paid parking lots for lots A, B, C, and D, which is essentially considered those very close in proximity to the park area. So we would be looking at that. So some of the plans that administration has been looking at include an app-based parking. So you wouldn't need to have the big stations where you have to go up to it and pay for a ticket to put in your windshield. It would be app-based, which saves a lot of cost upfront. Essentially, we'd be paying for the cost of the signage, and then as we receive funds, a certain percentage of those funds would go back into as essentially commissions to the company that would be overseeing it. So we would take, and I don't know these percentages 100% because they would have to go for a request for proposal. But you might see 85% goes to the town with 15% going to the company that would oversee that. So with that, we would be seeing with those parking lots, we would see some of those revenues come back to the municipality, which would offset the cost of implementation. And then as we continue to make proceeds from that, we would look at it having a reserve fund where we could have further parking initiatives, which may be land acquisitions. It might be additional amenities for parking, maybe paving some of the lots or doing some sort of further enhancements to that area. So with this, we're also looking at updating some of the signage and better bike parking and storage areas down there for that. And all of that is in collaboration with the strategic plan that was given from the consultants.
Clarification for council and some of the residents. As Director Morris said, this would include parking, and he did say it'd be an app-based. Not everybody has apps, but so these programs, even if you don't have a smartphone or app, you can still go up. There is still a machine there that you can punch in your license plate number. So even if you don't have an app, you still have access to paid parking. So just for clarification on that.
Direction, comments, questions from council? Yeah.
I'd like to see the paid parking implemented, absolutely. But in regards to the effects it's gonna have on the rest of the parking around it, can we not instill the paid parking first and then just kind of see what happens after that? I got a feeling there's gonna be some changes that'll have to be made once we implement it. And having said that, would that still require the entire $50,000 to implement just the paid parking portion of the program?
Director, answer, and then I'll go to you, Deputy Mayor Shepley.
So the thought process behind doing it would be that some people would be deterred from driving. So maybe some of the local residents would not want to drive anymore because they have to pay for parking. So that's why we were looking at further enhancements in terms of bike parking, and we would need the signage anyways for promoting everything and showing people where to go. So the only thing that we would really be looking at potentially cutting in this would be a small amount for bike parking, which really would not see significant savings in terms of this project.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm not necessarily in favor of paid parking down in Colchester. I think we're trying to build our tourism and that, and I think the paid parking kind of is gonna maybe push it away. So I'm not in favor of supporting this myself personally.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think we had we did a good job of working with the leasees of the vacant lot there last year. And I think that worked fairly well and it was fairly inexpensive. So at this point, I think I agree with you that I'm not sure we need to move forward with this. Councillor Allard?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I agree with Councillor Shepley that paid parking in the area it's kind of weird because it's not a parking lot, it's parking strips kind of thing. And to get somebody to police it, this kind of seems like, I would rather just see more parking rather than paying to park.
Through you, Chair. To Director Morrison, we're going to be seeing a report on paid parking and how it's going to look. Are we going to be seeing another report with this money?
Mayor Bondi. So if we were to proceed with this project, we would have to come back to council with approved fee structures on how much would be paid. There's also some considerations that we'd have to think of is would existing boaters at the harbor, would they be charged parking just like anybody else, or would they have some sort of waiver or exemption because they have a slip for the season? So we would certainly have to come back with some of those details for council approval if this project does proceed.
Thank you, and follow up. So some of those details, like, would they also be like where the bike parking is going to be and stuff like that? Like, are we going to be kind of mapping that out as a council?
Through you, Mayor Bondi. So where that would be located would be more operational in nature. So the administrative team would be looking for the best locations for that. It would be more the high level and fee structures that we'd be looking at for council approval if it proceeded.
For direction, Counselor Hammond?
Like to point out is that we already have paid parking down there. Like you said, the boaters that use the harbor, they have parking spots allocated for them down at the bottom and at the top. Our transients boaters that come in with their trucks and trailers, they have parking spots allocated for them upon the payment of their ramp fees. So there is already paid parking down there. We're just ensuring that the people that are paying for their parking are able to have parking spots available to them.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess, because my usage is, 4 or 5 times a year with the grandkids going down there. So I don't see the parking nightmare that I keep hearing about. For me, I never have a problem going, but I don't go during the big events. So I guess my question is it really only when we have these great big events that there's an issue? Because I don't see the issues that I always hear about.
Hey, Ronnie. So similar in nature to you, I'm not down there all the time. So it might be a better question reserved for the ward reps that are in that area, if they notice that. But when I do hear of complaints about parking, it does tend to be on those weekends where there are special events. So we certainly do know that there's an influx of people in the area when we have special events, but that goes with anywhere. We have the same thing with the Essex Fun Fest, Santa's Village this past weekend. So anytime we have a large event, parking is always going to be difficult to find.
Thank you, Mayor Bondi. Just a reminder for council. So this was a direction from this council to kind of have a plan to explore parking down at Colchester. So through development services, consultant looked at it, and these are recommendations they've had. So now we put it in front of you in terms of budget. With that being said, is there a parking issue? I think it does. If there's a larger events, like any place, there's a larger event. As Director Gerard said, if there's Easter Sunday, it's busier than other times. But what the past council and even this council has continued to do is we brought in by law enforcement, right? Even though a third party to monitor parking last years, I think that has really helped. We have, as Mayor Bonnie said, we've been able to lease a property, which has really helped. So I think if you're looking at administration, this may be something in the future, but I think the steps we've taken in the past have started to mitigate some of the parking issues. So just kind of a reminder, steps we have already taken.
No, I'm looking for a motion.
We pull it from this year's budget.
Okay. And just wash it completely or put it as a placeholder in 2025? Okay.
So like I said before, there are multiple aspects to this project. It's not simply the paid parking. There is also signage that's required as part of that consultancy report, as well as the bike parking. So I would say if you're looking to eliminate a portion of that, I would say if you can still continue with $15,000 so we can still have those initiatives in place, I think that would be sufficient.
Where do you think that 15 would come from? Because there's several line items there. Director Drusevich?
Minutes. Thank you.
Direction could be from council that we keep 15,000 for signage. And then administration can tell us where it comes from. Okay, Director Drusevich?
Through the chair, so now that the scope of the project has changed, it would still be considered an upgraded project. For $15,000, $7,500 would continue from asset management reserve. You would no longer have the paid parking revenue, so $7,500 still gets funded from taxation.
And from council on this line item? Councilor Verbeek?
for this item, we just, cut it to the 75 from the asset management reserve and 75 from the taxation for $15,000 for the signs and improvements in the bike parking.
Okay. Are we able to put the rest of the project in just to 2025? I don't, like, if we keep it in 2025, then we can revisit it if we have a really bad year. Like, we just don't wipe the whole idea from the books. Right? Or it doesn't matter, just
Push the remainder of that into 2025. But I
Just to
mean,
keep it
aren't we
there.
going to continue to look into paid parking potentially in the future when?
potentially, because things could change. We could lose a leased land or whatever. Okay, I need a seconder for that. Counselor McGuire Blaze. Counselor Garen.
Can you read the motion? Counselor Hammond was not.
Okay, so the motion is that for the parking plans for Colchester, that we don't go forward with the paid parking right now, that we just keep we just keep $15,000 to work on signage and bike parking signage, and 7,500 will be from asset management reserve. 7,500 will be from taxation, and the remainder of the items will be just earmarked in the 2025 budget in case we need to discuss parking in Colchester again. Everybody okay with that motion? Okay, all in favor of that motion? Oh, yeah, sure. Yep, go ahead.
Is there any funds left from the safety study that we had done in that area that could be put towards this too?
Through you, Mayor Bondi. So the safety study isn't complete yet. We're in the final stages of it. So we are looking at what those suggestions are as part of that. However, the preliminary report that we've seen would have some aspects that we would be able to fund through operational accounts. However, in 2025, we would have to come back to council if there was anything that we'd be able to fund through that for capital increases. So we're not at the stage yet where we would be able to specifically say. We haven't had any research on costing of what those implementations would cost. So I can't say and wouldn't necessarily say that something from this project would be transferable equally.
Sorry, maybe I didn't make that clear. We had a parking and safety study done already there, where we took some of that money out for the other safety study, right? I'm wondering if in that original study, there was still some money left over in that. Thank you, through Chair. The study was done as a speed and traffic study for the area of Jackson's. Yeah, I believe it was done through our Director of Infrastructure.
So, yeah, we did not utilize that entire budget. We did suggest using that money if we were going to be converting into a one-way and changing the parking and eating signage and all those things. However, I believe at a previous meeting that money actually came from a community services reserve. So I would have to check with the finance team, but I believe that money was put back into the reserve at that time.
That is correct. It was a $20,000 project budget. 7,600 was incurred. The remaining just remains in contingency reserve for community services.
And to you, Chair. Yeah, I believe we need to look at parking alternatives down there. I hear the complaints every year, different times throughout the year. Maybe it's on National Skip Out Day, or maybe it's on a big event we're having, but at different times, different reasons, parking becomes a nightmare there. So if we're gonna limit the amount, I would also like to open that money up for our director to use if needed for some of the other recommendations that were in that study.
Everybody is familiar with the motion on the table. I'm going to call the question on the motion on the table, and then we will continue parking conversations. I think we need to continue parking conversations down there. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Next project, please.
So, our schedule's working out well, to be honest. Lunch is here, but I recommend we finish community services. We're just about done. That'll give finance a chance to review the tax rate. And then when we return from lunch, we'll show you the tax rate where it currently sits before getting into discussions. So the last remaining project in community services portfolio is the additional swings at Stanton Park, $50,000 impact direct from taxation.
Wishes. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Shepley.
To you, Madam, or Mayor Bondi, I would like to see this one removed. I think, we were pretty clear that we would like to help them out if they wanted to do some fundraising and that's something they could bring back to us at that time. But at this point in time, I think we remove it right out of the budget. That would be my motion.
Councillor Verbeek. Questions to that motion? All in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Okay, that is carried. Do I need a motion to recess? Okay, motion to recess. Deputy Mayor Shepley and Councillor Allard, all in favor? Welcome everybody back from our recess. We'll go to Director Drusevich with a recap of where our budget stands now.
So before we left for lunch, we wrapped up deliberations on tabled projects to the community services portfolio. Next, we'll move on to infrastructure tabled projects. So what you're seeing right now, if I could have Diane just zoom in on table C. With those cuts, the operating cut of the public works operator and all of the cuts that have been made so far. Can you scroll up just to table B for me, Diane? So the cuts being the virtual meeting room, the reduction of the Essex Sports Parks amenity, the reduction of the parking plan for Colchester, and the removal of the additional swings at Stanton. That allowed us to reduce taxation funding from $301,000 to $193,000. So the proposed tax increase is sitting at 4.91. If you look at that on a blended basis with the county and education, you're sitting at 5.07%. Dollar figure per year, what that equates to for the average household in the town of Essex is $76 for Essex taxes only. And with education and county taxes, $159 a year. So if the county levy were to decrease, you would see that total dollar decrease as well. Okay. So next we will pull up the tabled project schedule. I'll have Diane minimize, and then I'll give a recap of where we left off. Just bear with us 1 second. Through the chair. So Maddie is now going to share the screen. The first infrastructure project that was tabled was the pickup truck for $75,000 funded from development charge reserve.
Your pickup truck.
Chair, thank you. So there is a proposed pickup truck that was tabled. The need for that is because mostly flexibility. So as we discussed with the, excuse me, the public work operator need, the department is growing, the needs are growing. And what's happening is we're needing more flexibility to move employees around. We're having to split groups up. So instead of sending multiple people to do a task, we're having to send a single person to go do tasks. So the need for a pickup truck is to provide that flexibility. And because of the needs of the department being greater than the staffing, we need some additional flexibility. So that pickup truck will allow us to do that.
Councillor Guerin.
Yeah, through you. I just make a motion that we leave it in.
Councillor Allard, comments to the motion or further questions? Motion is to leave it in, and I will call the question since there's no other comments. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, next project, Director Drusevich.
The next project on the tabled list is the electric infrastructure services vehicle. I believe this should be discussed in tandem with the pickup truck below. As Kevin Gerard was discussing earlier, what that model was Public Works was going to obtain this electric vehicle early. And then the vehicle that they would have typically surplused was going to be transferred to the water department. So I think we should discuss both projects in tandem, and I'll let Kevin Gerard comment as well.
I'll just elaborate a little bit more on that. So the need arises actually in the water department. So we've grown in the water department as well. The needs were very significantly understaffed in water as well. We did approve an additional position in previous budgets, now needing that flexibility by providing another pickup truck very similar to Public Works. So what we did was we saw an opportunity to surplus a vehicle in Capital Works and Infrastructure, Capital Works and Asset Management, which is a full-size pickup truck, where a full-size pickup truck really isn't required. It's usually mostly used for management staff to do inspections of construction projects and things like that, do inspections of developments, where a light-duty vehicle could be used as opposed to a full-size pickup truck. So we put together a business case where we would transfer that pickup truck into water. They would pay their portion of it, which is the $28,900. When we sought some high-level preliminary pricing, we saw that we could obtain a lighter duty electric vehicle that would suit the needs of Capital Works and Asset Management for around $70,000, which is what the budget is in the document now. So for a total net impact to get an electric vehicle and a pickup truck to suit the needs of both departments, for a net impact of just over $41,000. If council did want to move away from purchasing an electric vehicle, that need would still exist in the water department. And a new full-size pickup truck is currently $75,000. So the way that administration looked at this was that in line with our strategic plan and our climate adaptation plan, there is a need to start looking at electrifying the fleet. We look at this as a pilot for us to try out an electric vehicle, while also creating benefit for the water department and Capital Works and Asset Management department. So this is a cost-effective way for us to move to looking at electrified vehicles while also obtaining the needs of both departments.
Was helpful. Council. What are the wishes from council on these particular projects? I do like the idea of trying an electric vehicle pilot. Oh, Deputy Mayor Shepley.
Madam Mayor, yeah, I support the electric vehicle. I think it's a great idea. We'll save on fuel, we'll save on oil changes, et cetera, et cetera. It's a great savings, great idea, and I'm in full support of it.
Deputy Mayor, in order to get the electric vehicle, we would need to do what with the other vehicle? What would the motion need to be? We'd have to approve both projects.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would move both projects.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Mady, questions from council? Councillor Mady.
Chair, I like the idea of getting an electric vehicle, and I would like to see it continue and move on. I think there's a lot of positions that maybe we can get rid of a pickup truck and move in a smaller electric vehicle, and it would only serve the town better. Thanks.
Council? All in favor? Opposed? None? That is carried. Theo Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor Bondi. Just to go to Councillor Mady's question before we move on to the next project, I can let all council know administration is working with a few hydro companies, kind of look at fleet management to get those type of infrastructure and type of vehicles in place. So it is on our radar to move in that direction.
Okay, Director Drusevich, the next project, please.
Through the chair, this is a similar situation where Community Services was obtaining the surplus wood chipper and Public Works was obtaining a new wood chipper. So kind of a similar situation where both of these projects should probably be either fully approved together or denied together. And so what you're seeing is the upgrade at 135,000. Sorry, thank you, Maddie. 33,000 of that coming from, sorry, I'm not seeing it properly. 35,000 of it coming from AMP and 72,500 coming from other reserve, and 26,000 being the amount that Community Services would pay in order to buy it off of infrastructure at the end of the day. And I'll open the floor to council.
I do have one question. I think in our Community Services budget, we were looking at a study of our urban trees. Like we may not need to add additional wood chippers because we don't really know how many trees we have out there. So maybe this is something that we can put forward to 2025 where we don't lose the projects completely, but we just get that study done first. Director?
Through Mayor Bondi, so this budget does have the tree, first phase of a tree, canopy evaluation. With that being said, the wood chipper was more along the lines of looking at it from an emergency preparedness point of view. So when we do have an emergency, the past 3 that we've had significant damage to trees. So we were able to not only assist Public Works, but we also had our own properties that we had to maintain. So the problem that we've experienced is that getting a wood chipper when we do have a significant event like that is extremely difficult and can take sometimes weeks. So by having this in place, we'd be able to utilize it for quicker cleanup and for cleanup of our own properties rather than waiting until such time that we have a chipper that's available for rent. So by pairing with infrastructure on it, the one that they currently have was better suited for community services, or the one that they were looking at, which I'm sure he'll explain, was better suited for their current needs.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Director Mercier mentioned, the wood chipper that we have now, although it's serving our needs well, it is still fairly undersized. It is limited to be able to certain size branches and things like that. It is also starting to show its wear. So for Public Works, who uses this on a very regular basis, may only get 5 or 6 years left out of this wood chipper that we have now. It may have a longer useful life in community services who will use it a lot less frequently. So ultimately, economically, it does make sense. From an emergency preparedness perspective, it also does make sense. So.
On these chippers in emergency situations, they go, if we had to hire a third-party contractor and they're going around residence to residence, picking up the debris on public property, are they hired and contracted to chip it themselves, or do they just gather it all up, put it on the road, and then we go around and chip it? I'm wondering if the wood chipper is something, I don't think we're gonna avoid the third-party stuff in events that we've had in the past. I'm just wondering how the system works.
So in a normal circumstance, so regular maintenance, so Public Works does do tree limb removal as part of its regular maintenance program. So we remove those limbs, we chip them on site and dispose of the chips. In an emergency circumstance, a variety of things can happen, and it's all going to depend on resources. However, when we do hire a third-party contractor, it's full service, so they take, remove, chip, everything. But Public Works also does that work as well, right? So it's all hands on deck in an emergency situation, which is exactly, again, how it is in every other municipality and every other business, which makes hiring third parties very limited. So
in essence, we're really doing is we're able to clean up multiple areas if we have a couple chippers and if we only had the one. And if the one broke down, we would have none. We'd still rely on our third-party contractor more than likely to do the big emergency ones, but we'd help out where we can. We'd have one in different areas.
So that's exactly it. So a good example would be the ice storm that we experienced in February. It took us 3 months to clean up that storm with a third-party contractor. If we did it alone, it would have taken us the entire year. If we would have hired just a third-party contractor, it would have taken us longer as well, right? So it's like, again, all hands on deck, but either way, the need is that we definitely still need a wood chipper regardless. We need to do that regular maintenance.
What are the wishes of council? Counselor Hammond.
To see us keep the new and the old wood chipper for emergency purposes.
Okay, that is a motion, needing a seconder for that motion. Counselor Guerin, comments to the motion? The motion is that we do both, which is good too. All in favor? Opposed? 1, I think. Okay, Director Jarusevich, do we have a snowplow and a generator left?
Through the chair, yeah, the snowplow was deleted with the removal of the Public Works position. And the generator was also tabled. Just give Maddie 1 second. She's going to pull it up.
Works yard.
Just give us one quick sec.
Oh, perhaps the motion did fail. We voted in favor of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right.
It was approved.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have the council contingency fund, the carryover, the 87. And we have Councilor Verbeek has also expressed interest for a sale and reserve funds for Coan. And if other council members want to discuss, I'm wondering if we can look at, did we even delete anything there?
So at this point, what would happen is if councilors have additional projects that weren't included, they would bring them forward with the proposed funding model. And the proposed funding model would likely be taxation from the cuts that were just made, unless council has other forms that they that align.
Councilor Verbeek, because you do have the sun sale and then additional funds for Coan, if so, it's no.
Sure. I think I have already said, you know, the reasons why. And if you have been studying this document, you see that it wouldn't be completely unfair to allot a little more money to the McGregor Town Center. The sun sale is absolutely needed. The shade for that park, like I say, it's a beautiful park and it's underutilized because of, you know, it's in the direct sun on the pavement. We're finally moving forward after all these years with, you know, a number of things are in the queue for Coan Park, but I think we have to replenish the reserve there since it's going to be down to below 100,000, I think, or just over 100,000 after we include the park. So I'm just asking for if we can find, you know, somewhere in around 50,000 to earmark and put away in the Coan Reserve. And I believe it's 20 for the sun sale.
We can deal with the projects one at a time. So let's do the sun sale first. You would have to bring forward your proposed funding suggestion.
So I'm hoping that we can use 8,700, I believe, whatever we had remaining from this year's contingency, and then make up the difference with what we've saved here on all the projects that we've pulled. Could find it from one of the projects we pulled.
Taxation. Okay, that would be
Taxation.
Taxation now.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a motion from Councilor Verbeek that we move forward with a sun sale for the park in front of the McGregor Community Center with 8,700 coming from our council contingency funds from 2023 and 11,000 coming from taxation. And I would need a seconder for that motion before we can debate it. Councilor McGuire Blaze, comments to this motion? Councilor Meady.
Just a more point of clarification, I would guess. If we had an item that we wanted to bring forward and we were planning on using that same money, should we bring it forward first before we voted on it, or do we vote on it and see if that money's even left on the table? How would that work?
At this point too, it's almost all from, it's all going to be from taxation at some point or another. Director Drusevich, do you have anything to add?
I think it's up to council how they want to proceed here. You can do it one by one, but the money is then earmarked, or perhaps like Councilor Meady is suggesting, put your request forward with your proposed funding. If you're using same source of funding, and council's gonna have to determine which project it wants to be dedicated to.
We'd have a motion to table. Councilor Verbeek's motion, bring a motion from Councilor Meady to use the funds otherwise. Vote on that, and then if it's defeated, then we go back to Councilor Verbeek's motion to use the funds in a certain way.
Just to add what Director Malandrukel said. Councilor Meady brought up a good point. Without knowing, we're not sure if council has other projects they want to bring forward. So maybe that is the first step, just create a list of if there are any new projects. So you have that in front of you, and then we can kind of go back one to one as per Director Malandruco stated.
What are we doing? Tabling Councilor Verbeek's motion?
Counselor Meady, if he's trying to hold off on Counselor Verbeek's motion, he's gonna bring a motion to table and then state his reasons, and then we'd vote on his motion.
So maybe you heard our clerk.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table Councilor Verbeek's motion. And I would like to table it because I feel that the money would be better used in Colchester at the schoolhouse. Seeing the plan and future budgets and the fact that we haven't got an occupancy permit there. Last year, we had money set aside for the occupancy permit that hasn't been put in this budget, and the people there have fundraised to match that money. I believe they deserve a chance to have more.
Okay. So that's a motion to table. We need a seconder for Councilor Meady's motion. I have the deputy mayor. He has seconded it. Now we need to vote. Discussion on tabling?
Yeah.
Any discussion on tabling the motion? Councilor Guerin.
Yes, through the chair. I'm in support of tabling it because we're at 5.07 blended right now, and my goal is try to get it down below 5. So I'm not in favor of using any more taxation money to put towards any projects. I'm good with where we're at.
Okay, all in favor of tabling the motion? Okay, that is carried. Okay, so why don't council members list their projects that they'd like to see? And then we could, my hope is if you are bringing a project forward at this point, you've talked to administration with it, you know how much it's going to cost. So that, like, we've had that opportunity. We were supposed to submit our list in September. And then we also had a couple other weeks to meet with administration. So everybody gets a turn to raise their projects. Councilor Verbeek has the sunshade and money set aside for COAN. Did you have, how much? How much money did you want put in COAN reserve? Okay, let's just put 50 down so we have something. Councilor Allard, do you have any projects? Please. Okay. Councilor Meady.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. I would like to see the use of this year's contingency funds, whatever's remaining in that account, go to the schoolhouse in Colchester towards achieving the occupancy permit.
So Meady, so you're talking about the 8,700? Okay, anything else? Councilor Hammond?
Couple of things that I did touch base with Ms. Gorsuch on prior, and really don't know how it's going to be funded, but I raised a concern regarding our the funds that we spent on our 3 storms this year, and I was wondering if we couldn't see to raise some sort of emergency reserve or emergency fund for that. And should we not use it, then move that into reserve for the next storm, eventually down the road. Also, I was wondering if we can't at some time entertain some revenue options, and particularly the organic waste that we're being faced with. I think we should look at doing it regionally, just to keep our tipping scales up there, as obviously if we don't take on everybody else organic waste, then we're looking at losing those tipping fees to someone else. And those are 2 areas that I like to address.
Do you have a money earmarked? Like, did you have like a specific amount you think for the storms? Okay.
Well, I'm also curious as to the emergency, fund that we have allocated. I don't remember what that was.
Okay, Director Drusevich, I think will answer.
The chair. So CEO Suite created a fund for that purpose, the 24 budget it's under Emergency Event Cost Center. So it's $50,000. It is funded from our contingency reserve. So it didn't hit the tax base because we don't know if we're going to need to use those funds or not. So if you're happy with the $50,000, there is something in operating right now. But if you're wanting it to be increased, this would be your chance to increase that amount. And then the alternative revenues, something for sure when we see any opportunities, admin would work to present a report to council to see what that looks like.
Sorry about that. Yeah, through you, Mayor, I'm happy with that $50,000 start. I would like to see if it's not spent, sent to a reserve specifically for that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Shepley, any wish list items that will increase taxes? No.
You, Madam Mayor, no, I have a wish list that we don't increase any more than we're already at right now. So that's where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Okay, I do have one question to Director Morissette about the Colchester Schoolhouse. Was there anything left over in our 2023 budget that could carry over into that?
Your Mayor Bounty. So there's a couple of things with that project that we are working on right now. So we're working on getting the electrical upgrades for that. But with that, I've spoken with Heritage Colchester Group and kind of outlined some of the things that we thought would be most beneficial. So water is basically there and ready to go. It's electrical that we're really focused on right now. So we do anticipate that that's going to be worked on in the very near future. As we already issued the PO for the electrical company to work on that. We aren't sure at this point on the gas service because our recommendation would be not to install gas and just utilize electric heaters or heat pumps to prevent carbon emissions. It would go along with our climate adaptation plan as well. So we're looking at that. But other than that, we know that there's a couple smaller things. But once the municipality's agreement was essentially to get the infrastructure there so that the building could be worked on and opened. So with that, the architectural, they won't be able to get occupancy until there's architectural drawings that are submitted to the building department with approvals kind of saying, yeah, these are the things that you can do and how to go about doing that. So without knowing the exact steps on what else is going to be required, it's hard for us to allocate any sort of budget to that project because there's so many unknowns at this point. So right now we're really focused on that $20,000 that we had allocated towards that project last year, which we'll be carrying forward to next year to continue utilizing it. But from that point, we're really waiting to see what the design plans are architectural wise to see where we're going to be heading.
Theory that when we have more information on the Colchester Schoolhouse, we could use our 2024 council contingency fund for it. And in theory, we could use our 2023 council contingency for the McGregor Sun sale, which should have always, like, in my opinion, should have been there right from the beginning. It's a playground right in the middle of a parking lot, and McGregor does not get a lot in our budget. So that would be where I would lean to. And I would put even a pause on the COAN reserve this year because we want to keep taxes low. That's just my thoughts. Comments from council? Councilor Verbeek.
For you, Madam Mayor. I guess, I mean, we were given 2 months ago to do this, to take these steps. And then 2 weeks ago, it was reiterated. So I did make the effort to pull the sale because as the mayor just mentioned, this sale, this shade should have been supplied when the park was built, to be honest. All the other areas in Essex have all kinds of parks and trees and that. Where this playground is, the one and only playground that the kids in McGregor have to go to there in front of the library, has zero shade and zero trees, and it's on pavement. So I went through the steps. I found more than $20,000, and I was kind of happy when I saw us start pulling some of these projects out because I was adding the numbers going, okay, There's plenty here. And if we can use the leftover contingency fund, we only have to come up with $11,000 to get the kids shade so they can use the park that's in place, that the heat and the sun make like very limited hours. I wonder if we could have Director Morissette comment on the playground and his experience, or his recommendation. I'm putting him on the spot because I know for a fact he was hoping it would make the budget, and I think it got pulled. It's already been pulled. It was on his wish too, because guess what? He has kids that would like to play on it, but you know, it's very limited in hours.
Through you, Mayor Bondi. So I guess throwing my personal opinion out there as well as my professional opinion. So you are correct that there is no shade there. Personal experience, I am there quite often with my kids, and it is pretty unbearable in the middle of summer. And it's something that I have had in numerous budgets. And it's been pushed due to funding. So it's something that we administrative have known that it's needed, and something that we've been trying to get to. So maybe this is an opportunity, but it's ultimately council's decision. But I would say that is one thing as we develop new parks. Again, with our climate adaptation plan, our newly approved master plan for community services, it does outline certain standards that we're trying to achieve when we do have a park. So we're looking at when we create a new park, what standards we're going to implement, which would include shade. That's one of the things, as well as looking at existing parks retrofitting to make sure that we're operating those standards. So I would certainly say that this park would fall in line with what we'd be looking at if we're looking to follow those standards for parks.
McGuire Blaze.
Through the chair. Right now, we're sitting at 5.7% tax rate increase.
Through the chair, 5.07.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And with the addition of the sunshade proposed from taxation, 5.10. 0.03 of a tax impact.
So adding the 11,000 to taxation for a sunshade adds 0.03% to the tax increase.
Correct, on a blended basis.
You, Chair. Yeah, like Councillor Verbeek, when I first asked for the line item to be continued on this year was months ago. And I was hoping that it would be in part of our budget too, and it wasn't. So unfortunately, that's why we're both asking for some of that money. I would agree with my fellow councillors though, that after all this deliberation today, we don't want to raise tax back up. So that's why I was asking just for the council contingency money towards it. And that way it wouldn't have an effect on our taxes. It would help to show that group out there working on that project who fundraised for years, who came up with more than the budgeted line item on their own to get the architectural drawings on a building that the town owns. So that group is going to go out there and do the expensive work on getting an architecture out there, on getting the study done on their own dime for one of our buildings. And to not help them out with that seems wrong to me. That's the exact kind of thing we should be promoting in our town, that when a service group or when a group of concerned individuals come together and fundraise for a reason, that we help them along every chance that we get, not put up roadblocks in front of them. That's why I was bringing it forward. We don't increase our taxes, and a group that's doing good can continue doing good.
Mayor?
Sorry, I didn't hear you calling me again.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
No, I just was I'm just curious for the council contingency fund, instead of going through the taxpayer to pay it, couldn't we not pull the difference out of that for in the coming year, as opposed to hitting our citizens with a tax increase for these projects? Just something I'm throwing out there, rather than, I mean, they both have good merit, they both make sense. Just wondering if we couldn't do it through our council contingency funds period and not go to taxation. Just a thought.
I believe, Robbie, can you hear me? I believe what our deputy mayor is saying, for the extra additional 11,000 for the sunshade, to pull it from our 2024 council contingency fund so that our tax rate stays at the 5.07. Is that an option for council? That's what he's asking.
Is an option. That would reduce the council contingency from 25,000 down to, a number for me, Maddie? What you see on the screen in 1 second. 13,761 as the opening balance for council contingency in 2024.
I do have a few council members. Counselor Guerin, were you before Counselor Hammond? No, okay, Counselor Hammond.
Through you, Mayor, where does that put that, $8,000 left over from last year's contingency?
In the sunshade.
In this, so it's the 11,000 from the contingency plus 8?
Counselor Guerin.
Through the chair. And then for Councilor Mady's project, that wouldn't be on taxation, is that correct? Is that what he's proposing?
I think we have two different projects that are trying to use council contingency funds right now, right? So, Mayor Bondi, I don't know what the next path here is, but is there a motion on the table? So my recommendation would be someone makes a motion and we proceed like that on how we're going to use these council contingency funds. That'd be the next step here.
Before we get that, I do have the council capital projects results in Counselor Mady's request for $40,000. Director Morissette said council allocated $20,000 in 2023 for work to be done on infrastructure, and administration believes this amount should be sufficient to provide for this facility. Did we do that in 2023 and did we use all that $20,000?
You, Mayor Bondi. So at this point, as I mentioned earlier, we have issued a PO for approximately half of the value for the electrical. And then from there, we would be carrying forward the funds pending we see what the needs are of Heritage Colchester. So we need that architectural study to kind of say what they need, what aspects of the facility that they have to put in. So we do know that you're going to need access to running water and a hot water tank. So we would have to upgrade a hot water tank in the facility. So that's going to be, a small percentage of that. So I would anticipate that we'd probably have 8,000 or so left over to spend towards that project. But without knowing what the future holds and what they're asking for, it's hard to commit the money to those projects. So for instance, what we have with some of our other lease agreements is the municipality basically oversees the outside, the infrastructure, the bones of the facility. But if they want to do renovations in the inside of the facility, that's always been on the leaseholder. So I'm not sure if CAO Sweet, he was involved in that lease, if he has anything that he would add on that, being the one that primarily negotiated with that project. But
Councillor Allard, then Deputy Mayor Shepley.
Not really much more to add for what Director Juice had mentioned. Being a town facility, the goal was to get infrastructure there. And that's kind of what that 20,000 you mentioned. So there's that, depending what the PO, I think 10,000. So you do have 10,000 remaining, but that's kind of being earmarked for other work, which may be part of what Councillor Mady's talking about.
Mayor Shepley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to move this forward with the sale and that. And I mean, I would commit to Councillor Mady that when they come with some funds that they're required, that we do have the 13,000 that's available there once they identify what those costs would be, that I would be more than willing to help him with those funds at that time rather than committing it right now. I mean, it's doesn't make sense to commit the money when they don't have it identified yet. And but I would be more than happy to support him at such time when he brings some numbers to us and what it would be used for.
Okay, Councillor Allard, thank you, Deputy Mayor Shepley. Did you want to speak?
Yes, through the chair. I see merit to both. I just see them fighting for the same rock kind of thing. I'm kind of confused on what direction we're going, so hopefully somebody can give a little bit more direction.
I'll put a motion forward.
Motion is that we move the sun sale, the shape. No, your motion was to table mine, and now I'm bringing it back.
Your motion was to table Councilor Verbeek's motion, which was approved. No other motion was brought, so there's no motion currently existing.
Okay, so I will make the same motion I made earlier, but it will be a little bit amended. Simply because I did not know that we could request funds from our future discretion, contingency funds. So in an effort to not touch the taxation dollars that we've managed to save today, I would request that we use contingency funds that were left over from 23 and finish it off with contingency funds from 24 to buy the sunshade sale for the McGregor Park. And then I can speak to it if you like, but that's.
Thank you, Councilor Verbeek. So Deputy Mayor Shepley, so that you can hear, Councilor Verbeek would like to make a motion that 8,700 from 2003 contingency funds be pulled forward for the sunshade and that the remaining funds be used as your suggestion from this year's council contingency fund. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Shepley. Questions, comments to the motion? Councilor Guerin.
Yeah, through the mayor. So this list of council projects that didn't hit the budget, they all have merit, and there's lots in there. So now we're picking, each councilor is going around picking projects that they want to put forward, and they all have merit. We don't have the money. I have no appetite for using more tax money. This is a way of getting around it, but it's still getting into our contingency fund for next budget. And the contingency fund is in place for a reason. It's for emergencies that come up in the year of. I have no issue with the $8,761 that we haven't used moving forward. I have an issue with using any funds today for next year's budget on a project for today. I wish I could do all these projects, but I was hoping to get under 5 and we're over 5 and I'm staying pat where I'm at right now, even though all the projects are worthy.
Can we ask what we've used those contingency funds for in the past?
Mr. Jerusevich, do you want to go through our 2023? Okay. Thank you. While we're searching that, is there any other comments to the motion while we wait for Councilor Mady?
Chair. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment that I don't want to spend next year's money today. I don't like using a credit card if I don't have to. So I don't, that money's there for a reason. We halved it already. We were very frugal with it. And look, we've only got $8,000 left and we're going to spend more than that going forward to next year, which means in my head, we're going to run a deficit somewhere and our contingency is not going to be there to fund something. So I have very little desire to spend next year's contingency money today.
Here's just in response to Councilor Allard's question on what it's been used for. So for 2023, $1,000 was dedicated to the Greg Harkey Colchester walleye sign, the Katy parking lot agreement, installation of gateway signage for $5,000, Essex Streetscape initiatives $4,500, and window cleaning for up to $5,000.
Councilor Guerin, and then you'll.
Yeah, through the mayor, and just to comment on what Kate just said, those were all brought up in the year of to be spent in the year of. They basically came up before council and we made that decision in the same year.
Earmarked. And I think there's still money in the Colchester Schoolhouse. So that to me is a different conversation. I think there's still money unspent there. We're waiting for a study there to do more. So I'm not in favor of using our 2023 council contingency fund. But what if we earmarked that 8,700 for the sun sale and kept it there and tried to apply for grants, environmental grants, looked for naming rights, looked for sponsorships, but kept it there as we have half the money. And then we're not using our council contingency fund and we're not having tax increase. I'm wondering if that's an appetite. Like, we might be able to find partnerships for that. It's just an idea, because I really don't like using our council contingency fund either. I'd rather have a little tax increase, but people don't want tax increases either. So I don't know any further comments, but I do want to get that shade sale done sooner rather than later. Deputy Mayor Shepley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just like the swing set for the Stanton, or for the park in Essex Ward 1, we offered them, we asked them to fundraise. I mean, if we put the 8,700 there, we could also leave it up to the community to help fundraise for the balance as well. I don't want to see us not get something set aside for the sale. I just, at the same point in time, I don't want to raise our tax any higher than they already are. If my option, like the option I put forward didn't work previously, at least let's set the money aside, then give them the opportunity to fundraise while we look for other avenues to get the money. I think that would be a smart thing, as long as it gets us through.
The table. Everybody knows what the motion was. Use the contingency and to use next year's 2024 contingency. Any final comments to that motion? I'll call the question on that motion. All in favor of that motion? We had 2. Looking for a new motion. Councillor Guerin.
I'd like to make a motion through you, Chair, that we take the 8761 outstanding from 2023 council contingency and earmark it for the McGregor Playground project. And don't touch anything with this year's contingency.
Second it. We'll look for other funding opportunities throughout the year for that. And any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion? Opposed? And that is carried. What's left?
So at this point, we're going to move into some resolutions. Just bear with us for 1 second. We need to shut down a few files and pull up the PDF.
And if any council members have other projects they want to try to bring forward.
Yep, that would be the time.
Last call. Feel like a bar. So Director Jarusevich, am I looking for the resolution that the proposed 2024 capital budget as presented be adopted in principle, inclusive of all adjustments summarized in Table B? Okay.
What we're going to do is, because each resolution references a table, they're going to pull the tables up. I'll read the resolution that's on the agenda and then we can go from there. So the first resolution being the adoption of operating, Table A has already been resolved by council earlier today. So the second resolution on the agenda is that the proposed 2024 capital budget as presented be adopted in principle, inclusive of all adjustments summarized in Table B. We have Table B up on the screen. So what you can see here is, just to give council a recap, changes that we had no control over regarding additional grant funding or reduction of grant funding. And then you can see the changes made today by council on December 13th, being the removal of the virtual meeting room software of $15,000 funded from taxation. A reduction of the Essex Sports Park amenities from $150,000 down to $100,000 with a combination of funding from development charge reserve and taxation. Reduction of the Colchester parking plan, previously $50,000, now $15,000. Mix of funding from AMP and taxation. And then the additional swings at Stanton Park were removed completely. The additional snowplow was removed completely. Funds from the 2023 council contingency of 8761 were designated for McGregor Playground Project. And so, as mentioned, the resolution that we'd be looking for is noted in the agenda that the proposed 2024 capital budget as presented, including all changes in this table B, be approved in principle.
Okay, thank you for that. I need a mover and a seconder for this. Counselor McGuire Blaze, supported by Counselor Hammond. Further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Director Drusevich, continue.
So the final motion is that authorization be granted to complete in fiscal year 2024 any previously approved projects that remain outstanding as of December 31st, 2023, and do not appear in the 2024 budget as presented, so long as the project costs do not exceed previously approved funding amounts or allocations. Just to give a little bit of background as to what this motion means, you have carry forward projects listed in your document. We print the document in October, so we might get more invoices coming in. Like the remaining amount of budget is likely subject to change because we have invoices that are posted in November and December. So what we're asking for is approval that all carry forward projects previously approved be approved today as well. There were some slight changes to some of the carry forward projects, being that the grant was received for Stanton Park. And so it no longer needs to be funded through AMP. It now is funded through grant. And so you're seeing table D above.
By Counselor Guerin, supported by Counselor Allard. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. And just on those carry forwards, I did talk to Director Drusevich. When we get those actual versus budgets in our council agendas, she's gonna do a little recap. So we start, because we lose track of what to carry forward. So we'll have some discussions on that in the future. No public presentations, and at this point, Director Drusevich, and then we will have a motion to adjourn.
So just through the chair, thank you. Thank you everyone for attending today. It was a smooth deliberation. Just as a recap as to where we sit with the tax rate and dollar. So council has now resolved for a 5.07% total blended increase, on average $76 per household for Town of Essex portion taxes. So budget books will be modified based on all the changes that happened today. They'll probably should be able to get them printed. I don't want to make any promises, but early in the new year. And we'll make sure council's aware and they'll be put into your mail slots. Thank you.
We didn't adopt the changes listed in table D. Did I need to do that? Did we do that? I thought we did B. Sorry, everybody. My agenda has two. Yeah, that's the one we just did. That's the one I think we did.
Yeah, it's the one we just did for carry forward. Okay.
Okay, which one?
This is what.
I didn't do that one? Okay. I thought we did that one.
We did
But-
this with the table.
Okay. All right. So I need a mover and a seconder that authorization be granted to complete in the fiscal year 2024 any previously approved projects that remain outstanding as of December 31st, 2023, and do not appear in the 2024 budget as presented, so long as the projects do not exceed budget. Thought we did that, but Counselor McGuire Blaze, Counselor Hammond, all in favor? And that's carried. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Counselor Hammond. Deputy Mayor Shepley, all in favor. Thanks for joining us today, everybody.